myself together. Let me catch my breath. I was having a whole damn dance party all by myself. Woo! Yes. I'm glad y'all couldn't see me. So glad for that. Happy Friday. Happy Friday. We made it to the end of another work weekend. For that, I am so grateful. So grateful. Looking forward to the weekend, I must say. I'm sure many of you are. If you do a Monday to Friday, I know some places close early on a Friday. Friday's half a day. Ain't mad at you. Enjoy, enjoy. If you're working from home, it's okay. Put a little rum in that cup and keep it moving. You gotta be happy. You gotta be happy. Gotta be happy. All right, so all right, folks. Thank you so much. I'm not sure what's going on, but I thought I played the outro. Okay. No, I didn't play the outro. My apologies. The intro I made on YouTube. My apologies. My apologies. My apologies. All right. So anyway, let me go ahead and do my script for you all. It's Friday, February 21. Can you imagine 7 more days and a month done? Thank you so much for joining me for Coffee Into World News on the Go. 4 hours filled with news from around the world. Always great conversation and music. Coffee Into comes to you live weekdays starting at 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Eastern on QMZRadio.com for quality music while you work or play. JanoRadio.com, your non-stop party vibe station, and madmusichouse.com, any genre, anytime. And of course, we go live on YouTube starting at 9:30 a.m. Eastern. Remember to subscribe while you're there. Like, share, comment, like, share, comment. And I invite you to head on over to coffeeinto.com. Yes, coffeeinto.com, and follow Coffee in Toe on your social media platforms. You can also find the link there to watch the live show. And we have a lot of resources there for you as well. We have other news stories that we were not able to cover on the live show. You can catch up or see what else is going on around the world. And remember, it is world news, stories from all around the world. Yes, happy Friday. Ja, Rastafari, ever living, ever faithful, ever sure. What's up, Ja?
Morning, morning. I appreciated your selections this morning.
Cute. Took you back in the day a little bit. Just a little
Yeah,
bit.
but I have a question.
Y'all.
So when he says sample your chocho,
Uh-huh.
what is he meaning?
You know exactly what he means. You know exactly what he means. Ja, don't do that. Don't do that. You know exactly what he means. One man a
Just
sample your
giving,
chocho.
just giving some levity, just some levity
It's
this
too
Friday
it's too
morning.
early. I think some kids on the way to school.
No, the morning is the best time. What are you
Yeah.
talking about? Okay, I'll be quiet. Good morning, everybody. Hello, Mr. Days After Dark. Hello, AT. RoSolo. Wagwan, wagwan.
And don't miss out Empress down below.
Empress.
Empress.
Okay,
Empress.
wait. You know I'm driving, so I
Oh
gotta
yeah,
be
yeah,
careful.
yeah. Empress.
Hey, Empress. Hey, Empress. And of course, Queen Moments.
Thank you.
How are
Thank
you
you.
this morning?
Fabulous. I got my daily dose of mess with a brother, of harass a brother, of be an annoying person. Yesterday, Mr. President calls me and he says, listen, if I ever hear that you down there messing with my brother, you going to have problems. I said, he don't like peace. He likes problems. His life will be sad, dull, and boring. I don't create some confusion and chaos.
Sweet Mr. President called you up and gave you an ultimatum? What?
Yes, 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 yes. Bad me up. Some of it treat the man right, some of it be nice to the man. I said he don't like peace. He like problems. I mean, why should I take away his pleasure and make him have a sad, dull life? Never keep him happy.
That's hilarious. I guess I missed whatever was said yesterday in the room for him to call you up, but it must have been something serious.
Listen, somebody got to do it, right? Somebody got to do it. 18 morning. RoSolo. What's the weather like, RoSolo?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Um,
I'm high as a
it's
kite on
cold
coffee.
on coffee and rum. Um, um,
No rum, just coffee.
it's a sunny day in Georgia,
Hmm.
but it's a cold day. It's I don't know how many degrees, but it's a nipper.
You're
I'll
not
stay inside.
outside. You're inside, right?
I'm outside right
Oh,
now,
you're
but
outside.
because it's a sunny day, so
Okay.
and I have to enjoy the
You got to
backyard.
keep
So
up your tan.
Matan, yes, amongst other things. But yes.
Or let me stop.
Good
Go ahead.
morning, everyone. Good morning, Jai. You sound much better. I'm so happy that you sound so good. 18, morning blessing. Baby Daddy, how you doing? James, Empress, morning, morning, everyone. Happy Friday. Happy Friday. Blessed Friday to everybody.
Blessed Friday indeed. Blessed Friday indeed. Thank you, RoSolo. Good to hear you.
I
Um,
missed the music segment, so
oh yes, you
I
did.
have to go back on this. Yeah, oh no, there's no
No,
way
but
to go
there's
back.
no recording for you to listen to.
Yeah,
There's no recording, no
so I
recording.
just, yeah, I miss it. Catch up.
I might have to do what James did. Take a chance because um sometimes you have to lose to win, right? Sometimes you have to give up something to get something. So, James, I learned that from you, and I have been mulling over that. So, why should I deny other people the joy of enjoying the music? It's not like I'm monetized yet, right? So, who cares? Just do the mix, but I just shorten the songs. Probably try to change. I'm not a DJ. No, try to change the tempo or something. But yeah, because I do miss playing the music and for everyone else to hear, for everybody to hear. Let me put it that way. But I saw it go, I saw it go, I saw it go, I saw it go. Yeah, but happy to hear you, Ro.
Good
Mr.
to hear you too. Good to hear you too.
Marlon should be there trying to regain his peace and his sanctity. Um,
But no, this is his favorite part of the morning, when you get up and leave the bed.
oh, you know, so, but I get up. No, I don't
Baby
know.
daddy, I know it's your favorite part of the morning. When she gets up, I can imagine sometimes when she not get up, you're like, what happened to the show?
He been trying to ran me out of the room because I once he wait if him
because
ever met my sister
because
him
she
I what more to say my way Kenya talk
yeah,
I'm
you
like that
start
child.
you
Start with
start
him.
you're like a chihuahua, you start. I
He was trying
know.
to ran me to the room. He was like, what show finger no?
Thank you. I told you. I said it. There you go. I said it. But I understand. If there's no one in the world that understands other than her husband and her children, it's me. I understand.
Listen,
From
it
she
is
wake up,
it is
everybody
what
have
it
to
is.
wake up.
Yes.
Everybody have to wake up.
Well, they say happy wife, happy life. Let me ask a question to the men. Let me ask a question. This question goes out to the men. Do you all sleep on the edge of the bed?
Got it. And sleep at the edge of the bed because I'm afraid of you. No. Let me answer for the men. No. They all don't sleep on the edge of the bed.
No,
No.
T says he does. James, you sleep on the edge of the bed? Yes, James say yes, he sleep on the edge
Why?
of the bed.
Okay, but I need to
Every
understand.
morning, Marlon is on the edge of the bed. If you push him, him going to fall off. And I don't get it. And the minute I get up out the bed, him sprawl out.
Well,
Sprawl
maybe.
right
Well,
out.
that's a good sign. That's a good sign. His, that's why I need to understand why the men sleep on the edge of the bed.
Yeah,
It's true.
yeah, we need to find
Yes,
out.
thinking
Why
back,
do men
it's true.
sleep on the edge of the bed?
It's to
It's
keep from
staring
getting
you right
kicked.
in your face. I'm sorry, AT.
Facts.
Go ahead,
It's to
ET.
keep from getting kicked.
So
What
you're
did he
trying to
say? I
say we
didn't hear
sleep
80.
to keep from getting kicked. So you say we sleep bad?
It's possible. It's
Wow.
Yes.
possible. Oh, he said yes.
Oh, Jesus.
Marlon, if you can open your mic real quick. Is it because she sleeps bad that you sleep on the edge of the bed? Don't worry. Anytime you can speak, I'm going to ask again. I'm going to remember. I'm not going to forget.
You know, RoSolo, you're like
James,
prophet.
James, some.
Sleep bad is an understatement, bro.
That's right. Man up, Marlon.
I tell you. Sleeping bad? No, no, no. And she keep me up on the edge of the bed. I feel like somebody is sleeping on the other side. I feel like-
Listen, I didn't say so. Go ahead, Marlon. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. I'm just saying. I'm just saying, because I don't know when I come home from work and I I swear that somebody is in the bed. And I always check in.
Check and see somebody in the bed. Oh, weak.
He tells me, I say, I need to set up a camera in the room. He tells me that when he comes home from work, I'm always fast asleep on his side of the bed. And he has to be pushing me over. I don't believe that. But anyway,
But you act like that's not true. Is it true?
I don't believe it's true.
100% true. And I have
That's
no
true.
reason for lie.
No, it's true. No, but believe it, Marlon. But I know it's true. It's true.
You
You sleep
survive,
The
bad.
right,
woman's
You sleep
RoSolo?
bad
handbook.
from a long time. Long time. It's from childhood. You sleep bad. You just sleep bad.
Go ahead,
Apparently,
AT.
I sleep bad as well.
I don't know. But I'm sleeping. I'm sleeping. Go ahead, AT.
It's in the woman's handbook.
You found it, AT, and you read it. You're a brave soul. You found it and you
No,
read it.
because I know couples that cuddle through the night. So
I
how do you
got
think on the edge of
sisters.
the bed?
You can't sit down. Listen, y'all still love us. It's okay. We love y'all too. We love you all too. All right. Happy Friday. Happy Friday, James. Happy Friday, Empress. Happy to have you all here with me. Let's do this. Let's get the show on the road. Oh, what's going on here? What's up with my YouTube thing? All right, here we go. So, Caribbean Corner is where we start off, as always. First article is out of Barbados. Government pledges continued support for children with disabilities. I'm so happy to hear this because I think in the Caribbean, children with disabilities are often cast aside. No attention is paid to them, and you know they're ignored, right? And that's so sad. I don't like it at all. So it's good to see that we have the government of Barbados stepping up and supporting. According to Barbados Today.bb, as parents continue to identify their children with disabilities to the state, the government will be able to provide more assistance now and in the future. Not like what's going on in the US here, where we're turning back the time, we're stripping away all benefits. Minister of People Empowerment and Elder Affairs, Kirk Humphrey, says guardians have been much more willing than in the past to disclose their charges disabilities, allowing them to benefit from state assistance. Speaking from the Well of Parliament on Wednesday, the Member of Parliament for St. Michael South said his ministry had seen a change in attitude when it came to disclosing the cognitive and other disabilities facing children, something many parents were reluctant to do previously. Responding to a question from Member of Parliament for St. Michael East, Trevor Prescott, in the state's capacity to cater to the educational needs of children with varying learning challenges, Minister Humphrey applauded the fact that there was less hiding of children with disabilities, including those with cognitive deficits and delayed development. He said his ministry has been working alongside the Ministry of Education to ensure that these children are properly assessed and provided for. The minister said government has a clearer idea of the number of disabled children needing state help. Can I say something as a parent? Whenever I see a parent or parents out with their children who have disabilities, especially those who are wheelchair bound. It pains my heart. And I'm always worrying about them, for them, worried for them, worrying about them, worried for them. My biggest concern, if the order of nature goes as it ought, where parents die before children, I always wonder what happens to these children who become adults and, of course, still are incapacitated. But what happens to them? Who is going to love them the way a parent loves them? I always see them, and it breaks my heart, really breaks my heart, because I don't think there's anybody who is going to love them or look out for them or look after them the way their parent or parents would. And I have thought about it. Who do we ask what happens to them?
They actually become a ward of the state in the United States. I don't know about the Caribbean.
Wow. And do they get the same care? So are they put into a home, a facility? What happens?
They're put into a facility, but you don't even have to ask the question about the care, because if we can't even take care of foster, or what do you call it, children without parents,
foster children, the foster.
If we can't even take care of them properly, how are we going to take care of ones with disability? Even when we pay to put our parents in a home, and a lot of times they're abused as well too. So
It always pains my heart. Pains my heart. Hold on, let me say. So Empress says fan base is having a talk with Kevin O'Leary on Monday the 24th, who believes that Doge and Trump administration should be cutting deep in the federal government. Listen, Empress, what gets me, not to go off at a tangent, but what gets me, Empress, is when I'm listening to people say, oh yeah, give us the 5,000, whatever the amount is, give us the 5,000. And I'm like, pump the brakes, y'all. Are you really running the numbers? Multiply the 5,000 by the number of people in this country who would be eligible for it. That's over $1 trillion. Okay, but let's not. You are willing to take $5,000 and have them continue to get rid of Medicaid, Medicare, and anything that benefits your mother, your grandmother, a sister, a child, possibly. You have paid into the Medicaid system every paycheck. There is a statutory deduction, and you think you have only paid $8,000 over your lifetime? No, you haven't. But that's what I said. You are willing to throw everything away for those who are disenfranchised, those who do not have the means, those who are struggling. In this case, for example, those who are disabled, who need that kind of support, financial support, so that they can get the care that's needed. You're willing to throw that all away for $5,000, people? Really? Because when you get that $5,000, you think it's going to last you forever? I don't understand how people think and what they process, how they process things. Yes. 5,000. Oh my God. See, nobody else would do that for us. Instead, Washington is government is robbing our money. Stop and think for a second, people. Think. I would rather them keep the 5,000, but ensure that all the elderly, all the veterans, the disabled veterans, all the children in the foster care system, all the children with special needs who still show up in public schools. I would prefer to know that all public schools are funded properly. Teachers can get reasonable pay. I would rather we continue all of that than trade it all in for one measly $5,000. And people are not thinking. And this is where I say money, the love of money, is going to lead people into the depths of destruction. People are easily bought and sold. Remember I said this a couple weeks ago, Jack, that everybody has a price? Well, no.
Yeah.
Okay. Hop on social media, and there are so many $5,000 H's on there. So many of them. They don't think long term. They're thinking short term satisfaction and gain. And many of them, I can't tell you this point blank. Them get the $5,000 today, it's done tomorrow. Done. And then 4 years down the road, oh, you got $5,000. You got $5,000. But you have so many people who can't afford their medication because you celebrated $5,000 instead of saying no. Let us see to it that we put that money into caring for elders, the disenfranchised, the homeless. No, but you know what?
I think there's so many people that think that certain things cannot happen to them.
Yeah, yeah.
And it was just this morning that the acronym Doge, it just hit me what it meant. The Department of Government, whatever.
Efficiency.
I didn't, yeah, I was thinking Doge from the Bitcoin Doge thing. Maybe it's the same thing. I don't know, but that correlation just hit me this morning. I learned that today. I was today years old.
That's okay.
Show you how much attention I wasn't paying.
That's okay. I don't get it. I really don't get it. Don't get it at all. You know. All right. But good job, Barbados. And of course, Mr. Humphrey also said that while there will be some children whose disability may be so severe it prevents them from being accommodated in the mainstream education system, there must be a place for them. What we have to be able to do in that case is to offer a significant amount of care for those children, even though they may not be able to be assessed for school. Let's hop on over to Guyana for our next article. Guyana has major potential for green energy development through standing forests. And that is according to a former Colombian president. That's interesting. Um, they're studying Guyana. Okay, not going to be mad at you. Do what you must. And if it is to help the country, so be it. All right, so this article, courtesy of Couture News Online. Former President of Colombia, Ivan Duque, has lauded Guyana for its major potential for green energy development through its standing forests. Duque was at the time making a presentation at the opening of the Guyana Energy Conference at the Marriott Hotel in Kingston, Georgetown on Monday. He told the gathering of local and international dignitaries, oil executives, and politicians that while the country is on an upward trajectory with its development of fossil fuels, it has similar capacity for development in its vast biodiversity. In his presentation titled Green is the New Black, the former head of state highlighted the vast biodiversity of the country, particularly its capability to harness carbon credits from its lush green forest. When you have 90% of a country in forest, when you are doubling its protected areas, when you have all this multiplicity of species, you are also a country that is sinking carbon of around 20 billion tons. Then the question is a dollar invested in Guyana is a much greener dollar than invested somewhere else. And that is the competitiveness. So, all right, the former president said he was privileged to have a conversation with President Ali on how the country can benefit from its wealth in biodiversity. All right, so you're looking out for your neighbor. Not a bad thing per se. All right, next up, Trump administration throws out protections for roughly 500,000 Haitians. All right. let's get through this one because they're here legally. They're here legally. But according to apnews.com, the Trump administration is throwing out protections that shielded roughly 500,000 Haitians from deportation, meaning they would lose their work permits and could be eligible to be removed from the country by August. The decision, announced Thursday, is part of a sweeping effort by the Trump administration to make good on campaign promises to carry out mass deportations and specifically to scale back the use of temporary protected status designation, which was widely expanded under the Biden administration to cover about 1 million immigrants. The Department of Homeland Security said in a news release that it was vacating a Biden administration decision to renew temporary protected status, which gives people legal authority to be in the country, but doesn't provide a long term path to citizenship for Haitians. People with the protection are reliant on the government renewing their status when it expires. Critics, including Republicans and the Trump administration, have said that over time, the renewal of the protection status becomes automatic, regardless of what is happening in the person's home country. For decades, the TPS system has been exploited and abused, said Homeland Security representative in the statement announcing the change. For example, Haiti has been designated for TPS since 2010. The data shows each extension of the country's TPS designation allowed more Haitian nationals, even those who entered the US illegally, to qualify for legal protected status. Homeland Security had said an estimated 57,000 Haitians were eligible for TPS protections as of 2011, but by July of last year, that number had climbed to 520,694. Tessa Petit, a Haitian American who works as an executive director at the Florida Immigrant Coalition, said to send 500,000 people back to a country where there is such a high level of death, it is utterly inhumane. We do hope that because they said that they're going to revisit, that they put politics aside and put humanity first. What is interesting is that, well, I would hope, but probably not, but I would hope that they are fully aware of what is going on in Haiti. Do they remember what happened 2010? That there was an earthquake, a devastating. Was it 2010 that we had a devastating earthquake in Haiti?
Who are you asking? Do they remember? Who's the they?
Washington. Washington. Are they aware of the civil unrest that's going on in Haiti?
Washington has been all up Haiti's behind for years. For years. They didn't forget. They don't care.
Oh boy. But interesting though, Jad, they're clearing out the Haitians who have a valid reason for not being in Haiti to bring in the South Africans who are not under any they're not in any hostile situation, all because they fear losing their land that's not being used. Explain that to me.
You don't want me to say it on the air, so don't let me say it on the air.
No. I'm just
Don't need any explanation at all.
yeah. No. Don't say a word. Don't say a word. The writing is on the wall. Have you seen the images of all the African Americans who were at the, I guess, the African American thing, the recognition of Black History Month that your president hosted?
No, I didn't see.
It's on social media. You'll have a good laugh, Ja. You'll have a real good laugh. I'll just leave that there. A real good laugh. Yes, it is my hope that they will revisit and that they will put politics aside and think humanity first. Understand the history of Haiti, understand the role that the US has played in Haiti and how it has contributed to the unfortunate and dire situation that is there. I saw a video on TikTok. Interesting. Let me go ahead and play this.
There is some new reporting that some people are getting arrested outside of their immigration hearings. They're showing up as required by law to these hearings, and then there's people waiting for them. What's your response to that?
Are they in the country legally? Then they should be arrested. I've said from day one, we're concentrating on public safety threats and national security threats. But I said, if you're in the country legally, you're not off the table. It's not okay to be in this country legally.
But isn't it okay to come and ask for asylum and then show up for your
You
hearing?
can make an asylum claim, but let's talk about the asylum claims. For the last 4 years, you got millions of people making asylum claims. But if you look at immigration court data the last decade, clearly almost 9 out of 10 of these people don't qualify for asylum. They're making a false asylum claim, and 9 out of 10 will get order removed. That is a fact, right? So we got hundreds of thousands of people in the world that really do have a valid asylum claim. They really are escaping fear and persecution from the home government. They're sitting in the back seat. We got millions of fraudulent asylum claims. So everybody ICE arrests, they obviously are in the country in violation of federal law. We're going to enforce that law. Just because we prioritize public safety threats and national security threats, don't mean everyone else is off the table. I mean, I like to prioritize my family life from the job. It doesn't mean I ignore the job. I mean, so it's about prioritization. No one's, if you're in a country legally, you're not off the table. We're going to prioritize what we do. But if we run across somebody that's illegal in the United States, we're not going to instruct ICE not to enforce the law. That's what the last administration did.
There is new.
So you are here, you are aware of why you're here, you're following the law, but you're still going to be penalized for following the law.
And that was my question, because technically, if you have an appointment and you've been coming to your appointments, you're not really illegal, right? Am I thinking about it differently than them?
I guess we are thinking about it differently. You are following the process. You're following the process. You're doing, you know what you have to do. And a lot of these folks, have spent thousands of dollars. So why is the immigration process so drawn out? Some people are going for years, showing up for years. What is taking so long? I think there should be a limit in the amount of time it takes to process certain things. I don't think it should be dragged out for 5 years, 10 years. You have people going, and the whole system is messed up. And it's not a Biden administration thing. It's not an Obama administration thing. It's a forever administration thing. I came across a video from way back in the day, going back in all James, even further than the 80s, with Old Man Bush. Old Man Bush, Father Bush. They were having a debate. You know, they have to do the debate as part of the process leading up to the elections. The video is so old that you feel like you need an iron to wrinkle it out as you're to take out the wrinkles as you're watching it. Father Bush, at the time, one of the questions posed to him was his stance on immigrants, undocumented immigrants in the country. And way back then, he was compassionate. He wanted for there to be a solution. He said it. These people are not criminals. Their children are enrolled in school. They're looking for a better life. So we cannot politicize the situation. Well, I don't even know if I can say we can't. But you know what? It is a political situation, and they have politicized immigration for decades. And it goes back to the argument that no administration is going to fix it, because if they fix it, they have nothing to use to pull on the heartstrings of the American people. And you are American no matter what you look like, whether you're naturalized or born here. Then there is this one, which is of grave concern as well. Let me play this one.
News continues to track the Trump administration's immigration crackdown here in the Valley. And tonight, labor leaders say they're concerned a recent decision by federal officials could put undocumented taxpayers at risk.
Reporter Gabe Ferris joins us now from the live desk about the request to the IRS from the Department of Homeland Security. Gabe?
Well, Warren and Margot, as President Trump works to secure the southern border, his Secretary of Homeland Security is now asking the IRS for help. Secretary Kristi Noem has asked IRS agents to support the removal of undocumented immigrants. And as we learned today, the IRS already has the information of many immigrants on file because some pay federal taxes.
People that aren't criminals.
Nisi Farmers League President Manuel Cunha believes the government is weaponizing an IRS program known as ITIN. It provides some immigrants and their families with an identification number, allowing them to pay taxes. Their previous filings could now be used against them. In a letter obtained by ABC News, Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem deputized IRS agents, asking them to support removals and apprehensions. The information of millions is already on file because of the ITIN program.
If an agency developed a program to collect taxes, because it's the only way that those people can pay, because we failed to give them work authorization, and they're doing all of the good things, and then we turn around and we use it against the people, I will tell you this. People aren't going to trust the government.
Central Valley leaders say they're already seeing high absenteeism at some farms and schools in the wake of recent policy changes. But Republican lawmakers like Modesto's Tom McClintock say the crackdown is necessary because illegal immigration has hurt the country financially and strained American families.
Millions of American workers have been displaced, driving down wages and drying up opportunities for our own young people.
The confusion and fear over how ITIN data will be used come amid tax season. One estimate shows that undocumented immigrants paid nearly $60 billion in federal taxes in 2022. But now Cunha says they'll be reluctant to file.
People are going to do two things. They're going to move their address. They're going to move right away so they can't find it. And then they're not going to file. Who caused the people not to file the taxes? DHS did.
And Cunha says undocumented workers across the valley will, quote, shut it down if IRS agents cooperate with Homeland Security. He's vowing that they'll stop moving food and cargo, saying leaders shouldn't bite the hand that feeds them. At the live desk, I'm Gabe Ferris, ABC 30 Action News.
So you notice in that video, there is an admittance that the undocumented who have an ITIN do pay taxes. We heard that, right? They pay taxes, but they don't get tax returns. They don't benefit from the federal assistance that's available. They hold up the economy. They allow us to be able to afford the food that we're able to purchase in the supermarkets. Why? Because they will do the work for pennies on the dollar. So in the video, the gentleman, or it was highlighted by one individual in the video, that they're taking away the jobs. Okay, many of them are not showing up on the farms. I don't see Americans showing up on the farms. Where are the Americans who were saying they're taking our jobs? Why aren't they out there doing it? You know why you're not going to see them out there? Because they're not going to take pennies on the dollar. They're not going to bend over in the sun. They're not going to do it. And let us have an honest conversation with the Americans. If Americans end up on the farms, do you think a farmer is really going to pay them $15, $16, $20 an hour? You think it's going to happen? And let us say they do. Are you willing, instead of paying $5 for a little carton of strawberries, are you now willing to pay $15 for the said carton of strawberries? Instead of getting your green onions, your scallion, for two for whatever, two, let's say two for $1.25, are you now willing to pay $10 for two little bundles of scallion or green onion, as they call them here? Do they understand that prices are going to double or triple just for food alone? And are the American people willing to pay for that? But you know what I say? Let it go ahead. We're going to starve. We're going to starve. And I will lose some weight. Some I don't which I need to lose. We will lose some weight. Then the same farmers, them lose for them funding too, you know. You realize that a lot of them now are in dire straits. The assistance that they would get to keep the farms going has been cut off. Who remembers Sunday school, the story of the famine? For 7 years of famine. Are we ready for that? Are we ready for that? No, we're not. My Haitian people, I sincerely hope the folks in Haiti are fully aware of what is coming down the pipeline as it relates to the Haitians here in the US, upon whom many of you over there in Haiti rely. Many of you in Haiti rely on the what you call it, remittances that comes from the US, from those people here, from the people here in TPS. I'm going to ask Haiti, for the good of your country, the Haitians, for the good of your country, stop the war, stop the civil unrest. It is not going to end well. It is not in your best interest. At this point now, forget about everybody else and focus on yourselves and stick together and rise up together. You need each other. You need each other. 500,000 people to go home. Is it doable? That's the next question. How quickly are they going to be able to return 500,000 Haitians who pay taxes because them have work permits? 500,000 Haitians who pay taxes in this country that help to fund the coffers are being sent home. You're telling all of them we don't need the tax money. I think it is going to cost way more to get them home. Way more. But go ahead, James. Morning.
Yeah, morning. Yeah, I have to say, like, the math is not matching. It nothing what the media is reporting is making sense to me. And because, okay, so last week what's his name? The borders are Tom Homan or whatever his
The
name
one
is.
whose voice you just heard.
Yes. So he reported, I think it was last week, that they are up to 1,000 a day. They're illegal immigrants they're catching or arresting 1,000 per day, right? The last year of Obama, they were catching 1,500, 1,500. So in that report, they were reporting that like there was a report that Donald Trump was upset. He wasn't satisfied because with 1,000, because he's chasing down Obama. He wants to be like the deporter chief or whatever. So my question is, how is it that like with the 1,500 per day that the same guy, the same Baldassar was in charge of under Obama last administration, last term, and they were catching 1,005 per day and deporting. How is it that we never hear the media reporting about separating family, and who are those people that were deported? What is the difference now? So to me, I believe that the media need to come out of politics because they're confusing the hell out of me. Like, they need to come out of politics. Because if they were reporting the news not political, then would have a better idea of what's going on. And I don't believe that all of those people that working on the farm are going to be deported. That is not going to happen. Every election cycle, you hear that, but they always have those people still working for like slave wages. So I don't think it's going to happen. But my concern is that the media should not be politicized on both sides, because like they're just confusing everybody. Like, I'm confused as hell. Like, I don't know what is going on. Because like, how is it that 3 million people were deported? Even last year, they said that the last 6 months, the Democrats deported last year. They did catch up and they deport like 1 million people last year. How did all of that stuff happen without we hearing anything? So that's just my concern.
All right, thank you, James. Thank you. And we will keep it moving. Next up, outgoing CARICOM chair rejects Haiti fatigue and calls for reparations. This article courtesy of nowgrenada.com. And let me pin that. Okay. Hold on, refresh. Okay, here we go. CARICOM's outgoing chair, Prime Minister of Grenada, Honorable Declan Mitchell, called on European colonial powers to formally apologize and provide reparations for their role in the transatlantic slave trade. This statement was directed to European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen, who was among heads of government, ministers, delegates, and specially invited guests at the 48th regular meeting of the Conference of Heads of Government of the Caribbean Community in Bridgetown, Barbados, which was held on Wednesday. Prime Minister Mitchell's statement on reparations was linked to his earlier plea for CARICOM leaders to support Haiti, rejecting what he called Haiti fatigue in the face of ongoing civil unrest and gang violence. Haiti currently lacks both a president and a parliament. He said that Haiti's current plight isn't the people's fault alone. It's the result of extensive systemic oppression. So many in the international community may be suffering from what is called Haiti fatigue. But until and unless we accept that a large part of what has happened in Haiti is not the doing of the people of Haiti, we in the CARICOM will not accept or encourage or support Haiti fatigue. He reiterated the importance of supporting Haitians' right to life, liberty, and decent living conditions, while highlighting the historical significance of Haiti in the fight against slavery and the need to support its recovery. Make no mistake, Haiti symbolizes the revolution that changed this part of the world. Had it not been for Haiti, Prime Minister Mitchell said, the idea that one human being could own another human being as a chattel slavery and put him to work for their profit may very well still be persisting. He probably has a valid point. Haiti fatigue, you're right. You're right. Mitchell emphasized that as members of CARICOM, we have a responsibility to ourselves and future generations to recognize the transatlantic slave trade and the enslavement of Africans in the Caribbean, Latin America, Central America, South America, and North America as crimes against humanity. He affirmed the need for appropriate apologies and compensation to be made and called on the international community to acknowledge that such atrocities must never occur again, while condemning slavery as a crime against humanity and asserting the inviolable dignity and rights of all people, von der Leyen's response notably omitted the question of reparations. Slavery is a crime against humanity, and the dignity and universal rights of every single human being is untouchable and must be defended by all means. CARICOM, through the CARICOM Reparations Commission, has proposed a 10-point plan for reparatory justice, continuing the growing global demand for accountability for Europe's genocidal role in the transatlantic slave trade. We're going to talk, we're going to ask and talk and beg and appeal. And the most you're going to get is an apology or an acknowledgement of their hand in slavery, the entire European geographical area, all the countries in Europe who took part in slavery. You could appeal to them from now till Jesus come back again. They are going to ignore the question when it comes to reparations. They're not going to address it. And one of the reasons that they're not going to address it is the fear they have of becoming impoverished. It is the fear that they have of becoming impoverished. So yes, we'll acknowledge it. Yes, we'll have the history taught. If it's true or not, I really don't know. I really don't know if the history that we are learning, and I don't know how exact it is, because things have been tampered with. There are shreds of truth here and there. But of course, you know how the story goes. The victor is the one who tells the tale, and it is shaped in a certain way for us and then pounded into our heads. And then we start believing, yes, that's what it is. And we hold on to that narrative. We don't really know. But I think we need to find more creative ways to seek reparations. One of those ways, cancel everybody debt with the World Bank, all countries' debts. Well, those who countries who had slaves, plantations, cancel them debt with the International Monetary Fund, the World Bank, and any international body that has loaned them money. That's one way. Because you know what you do right away? You're helping their economies to grow. Now they can use the money that they were taking to pay back these debts to these same first world entities. They can use that money instead to develop their own nations. That's what we need to push for. Push for that. Or push for the EU to be the one to carry the debt instead of developing nations. Yeah, do that instead. But the fact that how many people have brought up the conversation? How many people have raised the question? What are your plans when we talk about reparatory justice? We talk about reparations. How many times are we going to bring it up and they're going to ignore it? They're going to ignore it. They're fully aware. As Adesoji has told us, if you go to London, where they keep excellent records, they're fully aware of what transpired, but there's not going to be any repayment. It's not going to happen. So let us ask them to cancel all the debts. Let us ask them to improve or address infrastructure in all the countries, education and healthcare, economies, whatever. That's how we have to do it. The minute you bring up reparations, them deaf, them not hear you, them deaf. May I tell you, there's a million ways to skin a cat, but if you keep doing it the same way, it now go dead. Remember, I told you that. Next up, Any comments on that before I move on? All right. Next up, from agricultural excellence to sewage plans, Jamaica's premier research station faces existential threats. This article courtesy of Jamaica Observer. As CARICOM nations race to reduce regional food imports bill or import bills rather by 25% by 2025, Jamaica's premier agricultural research facility faces a crisis that could undermine these ambitious goals. The Bodles Research Station in St. Catherine, instrumental to regional food security and agricultural innovation, now confronts an unprecedented challenge: the possibility of becoming home to a sewage treatment pond serving a nearby housing development. This threat to the historic facility not only jeopardizes Jamaica's commitment to CARICOM's food security initiative, but also exemplifies a decades long pattern of eroding support for agricultural research in the Caribbean. Between the 1950s and 1970s, Bodles stood as a world class research facility, producing some of the region's finest agricultural scientists and supporting Caribbean food system resilience. However, its decline began in the 1980s, coinciding with the IMF mandated liberalization of Jamaica's economy and subsequent government budget constraints. Recent years have seen attempts to reverse this decline. The Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Mining has increased its support, with capital budget allocations now reaching $6 billion, supplemented by recurring funds and revenue from agricultural products produced on site. Yet, despite its critical role in Caribbean agriculture, Bodles has long been eyed by housing developers. A 2008 request by the National Housing Trust, NHT, to construct a road through the facility's banana research plot was successfully rebuffed. However, a more serious threat emerged on January 30, 2025, when NHT officials and MOA F&M leadership met to discuss appropriating 60 acres of research station land for sewage ponds to serve the Colbeck Castle housing scheme. This proposal has alarmed agricultural experts who warn of devastating consequences for research operations. The presence of sewage ponds could contaminate milk production, increase livestock abortion rates, and compromise laboratory samples through wind-borne contaminants and disease vectors. Perhaps most tellingly, this would create the dubious distinction of being the only agricultural research station in the world with sewage treatment facilities in its midst. This is all about common sense, folks. Common sense. You don't have to be a scientist. You don't have to be a chemist. You don't have to be an agriculturalist, an agricultural expert or agriculturalist. You don't have to have any of those qualifications. Common flipping sense. In speaking with a developer in Jamaica last year, the conversation was they can't understand why developments aren't put on the hillside and preserve the land on the flat for agriculture. Instead, the government is allowing for all the lands on the flat, agricultural land, farmland, to be turned into housing schemes, whether gated communities or government built structures or NHT housing. And another question that was raised: can we impress upon them to minimize the single family homes? Because at some point, Jamaica going to run out of land to build single family homes. Look into townhouses or apartment buildings, and you see private developers do put up apartment buildings in Kingston and St. Andrew. We need more of that, right? So that we are not exhausting the land, because the more you um, cut down trees and all of that, you are affecting the environment, but also you're using prime land for housing, prime land that we can use to farm to reduce our import bill. But I know we have the sense. We leave it alone. Them say, I saw it, figure, I saw it go. But what I noticed here in this particular article, when they said between the 1950s and 1970s, Bodos stood as a world-class research facility, producing some of the region's finest agricultural scientists and supporting Caribbean food system resilience. However, its decline began in the 1980s, coinciding with what? With the IMF mandated liberalization of Jamaica's economy and subsequent government budget constraints. Which leads me to remember a question that has been posed here several times by Mr. President when he has asked, show me one country where the IMF has gone in or the IMF is involved and that country has come out better or has been able to improve its circumstances and walk away from the IMF. And the answer is none. So it's interesting that they brought this piece in here. They highlighted in the 1980s, coinciding with the IMF mandated. So you didn't have an option. And that's the difference we talk about. Hold on a second. Hold on 1 second, folks. 1 second. 1 quick second. I do apologize. I apologize. 1 second. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. Yeah. So they issue a mandate and tell you what you can and cannot do. And because we want the money, because we're desperate for the money, we go along with their mandate. And this is where China will win. This is where, and this is why countries are opting to engage with China. Yes, they have their terms and conditions, but what they're not doing is telling you or dictating to you how to run your country. And that's the difference. Okay. Any comments before I move forward?
Yeah, you know what's interesting. I dig up some information the other day about Michael Manley, right?
Mm-hmm.
So remember, it was right around that time, 1980, that time when the allegedly the CIA came in
Mm-hmm.
to kind of prop up. Apparently, they were propping up the JLP because they wanted to get rid of Manley
Mm-hmm.
because of his relationship with Cuba.
Right.
And I pull up some old footage of him going toe to toe with the American government, almost ready to cuss them out, saying like, "Look, not because we're small and you're so big, you're not going to push us around,
Mm-hmm.
and you're not going to tell us who we can be friends or who we can be friends with."
Right.
But one of the things that I didn't realize that came out of that is that apparently at the time, Michael Manley, what we know as like the BRICS, Michael Manley, apparently at that time they were on the process of forming a union between China, India, Cuba, and I don't remember which African countries, but a few African countries, and the American government sent someone to Jamaica to warn him that you can't do that. So it's not no they're meddling in other people's things from way back then. So I believe that sometimes a lot of the things that even sometimes the local politicians get blamed for, I believe that the outside source have a lot to do with it. Even what's going on in Guyana now, because people in Guyana now are worried that Guyana might not turn out the way or everybody excited about because of what's happening now with Marco Rubio secret meeting and what's his name afraid to talk. So yeah, it's been a while. They have been meddling in other countries. So it's not no.
Wait a second, nothing new.
Nothing new. Yeah.
Nothing new. Ah, boy. You see? He who has the money has the power. No, so. Ah, boy. All right, let us keep it moving on to our next article. JCF received 200 new vehicles, and we have a soundbite for this one. This article comes to us courtesy of Nationwide News, nationwideradiojm.com. The Jamaica Constabulary Force, JCF, has received over 200 new vehicles. The official handing over ceremony was held at the office of the Commissioner of Police on Wednesday. Speaking at the ceremony, Police Commissioner Dr. Kevin Blake says the addition of these vehicles aligns with broader modernization efforts. He notes this will ensure members of the constabulary are equipped with the necessary resources to carry out their duties effectively.
It underscores a clear understanding of modern policing realities. We are no longer just acquiring vehicles. We are engineering a fleet that reflects the complexities of law enforcement in the 21st century. Jamaica's policing landscape is not homogeneous. We police urban centers, remote rural districts, mountainous terrains, coastal areas, and congested townships, each representing unique operational demand. And so a quick response patrol unit navigating the streets of the corporate area requires a different type of vehicle from one responding to a call for service in the rural sections of St. Elizabeth's rugged terrain. The reality is that modern law enforcement demands a diverse fleet that is fit for purpose and one that allows us to be flexible, agile, and responsive.
Commissioner Blake says this is not just an investment in equipment, but it is also an investment in the professionalism and discipline as a force.
What we're doing here today goes beyond mere ceremonial handing over vehicles. And this is an investment in our operational readiness. It is an investment in ensuring that our police officers are equipped with the right tools to serve, protect, and reassure the people in Jamaica. The value of this commitment is significant, and the ministry has once again demonstrated its support as reflected in the over $1.7 billion allocated for procurement. And this is a clear testament to the government's dedication to strengthening the security apparatus of our nation. Fellow members, it is now for us to effectively use these resources to continue to drive the numbers down and keep our communities safe.
That was Dr. Kevin Blake, Commissioner of Police. The fleets handed over includes 121 pickups, 55 SUVs, 8 buses, and 90 motorcycles. Additionally, essential components such as light bars, siren systems, and smart check devices were also received. This investment is valued at approximately $1.7 billion. Meanwhile, National Security Minister Dr. Horace Strang has reaffirmed the government's commitment to enhancing mobility and infrastructure investment to combat crime more effectively.
My objective is to provide the police with the tools, and I am confident that the police, led by Dr. Kevin Blake, Commissioner of Police, will get the job done and find those miscreants who try to disrupt our society. These vehicles are symbolic of our commitment to continue investment in the force. We know the time as well. This year we continue that investment. I said to go, we understand that law and order, public safety, and security is one of the pillars on which we build a strong economy and a safe society, important for the quality of life. And therefore, we provide the police those tools, and they're making progress.
Dr. Chang says they will find the criminals and bring them in one way or the other.
I have no fear that once these bikes are on the road, we'll find them whether they're on Yang or big bikes. We'll find them. We'll identify them. And while we don't have all the cameras that we have quite a few. Some of them we use them only for research, but we can identify them. Wherever they go, we'll find them and we'll bring them in, one way or the other. Whether we bring them in the pickup that come behind us in the car, they want to come on a stretcher, it's their business. I don't have a problem with that, right? But we'll find them and bring them in.
So that is reiterating Dr. Holness's point. You're either going to face a judge or face your maker. Well, let's just hope that with the with this investment, that we will see a reduction in crime, because God knows we need it. We need it. We are overwhelmed. We're tired. People want to feel safe once again. So let us see. Put time to get to work. JCF. All right. Go ahead.
Yeah, but one moment. How many times have you heard the same script?
Why do you think I'm laughing?
Yeah, every time they need to upgrade the car, it always come with this speech and crime never go down. Just upgrade the car and not say nothing. Better them keep it to themselves and then work in secret and get rid of crime than come and promise every time. Because they change out the police car them probably every 5 or so years. And every time it's like the same paper, them dust it off and just come and read about the same thing.
Boy, James, we're hard on them. It's like them can't win. Damned if they do, damned if they don't. We say we need to hear when then tell we complain. But I totally understand. That is why I was laughing. It's the same speech that you just hit play. You hear it over and over again. I just look forward to, hopefully we get a quarterly report or say biannual report. And in that report, we're going to see the highlighting of a reduction and how effective these new vehicles were in them stemming and staving off. That's it. That's it. Next up, progress made in wage negotiations with the nursing associations, according to Christopher Tufton. This article, courtesy of Nationwide Radio JM. Health and Wellness Minister Dr. Christopher Tufton says significant progress has been made with several nursing associations on outstanding wage concerns. Speaking with the News Center on Wednesday, the minister says he has been meeting with the Nurses Association of Jamaica, the Jamaica Midwives Association, and the Jamaica Enrolled Nurses Association.
On Monday, I had a meeting within 3 groups of healthcare workers, all of whom were concerned about a few issues related to outstanding payments. I tried to understand what the issues are, and subsequent to that, planned a meeting with the Ministry of Finance and my team, including the regional authorities, to try and address some of the issues. In some part from compensation review, other times from issues around the communication and the information flow between a ministry region and the Ministry of Finance. I thought it was a good meeting. We had this morning, we ventilated a number of the issues, and there is some follow-up that will take place, which will then result in greater clarity around the issues that have been raised by the workers. So I am anticipating that we will see a resolution to the issues that have been raised.
Members of the 3 associations wore all black to work on February 10, and they did this to bring attention to their grievances on the government's compensation review. Among the issues is the non-implementation of the extra hours worked policy. The nurses say they are not pleased with the finance ministry's handling of the matter. Dr. Tufton says follow-up meetings will focus on engaging the finance ministry's human resource unit.
The meetings that are to follow on from where we left it would be meetings involving some of the regional authorities and the technocrats in the Ministry of Finance. The HR Part of the discussion would involve that unit in the Ministry of Finance, who is in constant dialogue with the respective bargaining units, and they will follow through to try and address some of the concerns that have been raised.
That was Dr. Christopher Tufton, Health and Wellness Minister. Moving right along, Wholeness holds brief talk with U.S. Secretary of State. What is brief? How much time is considered brief? 5 minutes? 10 minutes? 15 minutes? Half an hour? I don't know. But let us go ahead and get into this article, courtesy of Nationwide Radio JM. Prime Minister Andrew Holness described his over the phone conversation with U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio on Wednesday as a good chat. In a post social media, in a post on social media, that should say, Prime Minister Holness labeled Rubio as a good friend to the region. Prime Minister Holness says they discussed issues of common interest concerning how they can strengthen their partnership to achieve greater prosperity in the region. In a press release by the U.S. Secretary of State, Secretary Rubio underscored the important historic and cultural ties between the United States and Jamaica, including the vibrant Jamaican diaspora. The statement says both leaders encouraged further strengthening of security cooperation while highlighting Jamaica's efforts to disrupt illicit trafficking and combat organized crime. Meanwhile, Prime Minister Holness held a bilateral discussion with the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres. This meeting came as the Prime Minister is in Barbados to attend the 48th regular meeting of heads of government of CARICOM. Prime Minister Holness says in recent years, UN and Caribbean have focused attention on development financing. And that should say the UN and the Caribbean have focused attention on development financing and climate resilience as small island developing states seek to achieve stability in these areas. The Prime Minister says this comes especially in relation to how we are impacted by extreme weather events and climate-related devastation. I don't know if anybody else has any more information with regard to what was discussed more specifically between Rubio and Holness.
Yeah, I think the Prime Minister lied to us. I think, look, Jamaica is not that important to Donald Trump, right? Right. For any type of international trade or whatever. I think all of the places that they reach out to so far in the Caribbean is one thing they reach out about: how much people can you take? So don't be surprised if you see some Venezuela in Jamaica in a couple of months. Them sneak them in.
James, why are you so sure? Let us be positive. Let's try at least to be positive. We're going to try. No promises, but we're going to try. Lord have mercy. All right, the details. We're going to strengthen. I'm okay with them strengthening security cooperation. We talk about the illicit activity and the organized crime activity, right? Because it was brought to the forefront. Was it last year or was it since this year? I think it was last year when they said that we have folks here in the US behind bars who are calling the shots in Jamaica, right? So if there is a way to dismantle that system, fine. I'm, not to become a holding ground or a holding cell for people that they're trying to get rid of out of the US, but have difficulty repatriating them with their country of birth. Yeah, so let's hope, James. Let's hope. All right, next up, Tourism Minister promotes St. Vincent on New York's WPIX 11. All right, St. Vincent, do your thing. I'm here for it. So this article comes to us courtesy of stvincenttimes.com. The US got a taste of SVG's natural beauty and vibrant culture on New York Living, WPIX 11, where Tourism Minister Carlos James shared why now is the perfect time to visit Forbes's top pick for a winter escape. And just a reminder, Forbes is owned by the Chinese. Anyway, with 32 stunning islands and keys. Wow, 32. Okay. St. Vincent and the Grenadines is the Caribbean's ultimate blend of adventure, relaxation, and culture. And thanks to JetBlue's direct flights from NYC, getting here is easier than ever. Discover SVG says one lucky viewer will win a 5-day, 4-night, all inclusive getaway to the luxurious Sandals St. Vincent. Pix 11 produces 49 hours of local news each week, the most of any broadcaster in the nation's number one television market. Include 6.5 hours every weekday morning from 4:30 a.m. to 11 a.m. The New York television market is by far the largest in the US, with over 6.8 million TV households, 6.4% of the country, in New York City and its northern suburbs, Long Island, northern New Jersey, Fairfield County, Connecticut, and Pike County, Pennsylvania. All right, folks. No worry about the plane that might drop out of the sky. Just go and enjoy yourself. I don't think you'll have any issues with them landing in the Caribbean. You'll be safe. It's in the US that we have a problem, or I should say North America that we have a problem. All right, so head on over to St. Vincent and the Grenadines and live a little. Enjoy life. Life is for living. All right. Next up, US Virgin Islands. That's where we go. Their governor proposes tariffs on BVI imports, and that's British Virgin Islands. So now we're having an issue between the US Virgin Islands and the British Virgin Islands, as well as travel fees for visitors. Oh, they're coming across like a style then. Why are we doing this? We're all the same. We're just on different islands owned by different people. According to Caribbean National Weekly, U.S. Virgin Islands Governor Albert Brown Jr. has called for an emergency legislative session to discuss imposing a 25% tariff on imports from the British Virgin Islands and introducing new travel fees for non-residents crossing between the two territories. According to the VI Consortium, the proposal was outlined in a letter to Senate President Milton Potter and is aimed at addressing economic imbalances and protecting local businesses. This discussion is crucial to ensuring fair trade and economic stability for the U.S. Virgin Islands, Governor Bryan stated. For too long, we have experienced economic leakage and inconsistencies in our trade relationship with the BVI. It is time we take decisive action to protect our local industries, generate revenue for essential services, and create a more balanced regulatory framework. The proposed measures include setting tariffs of 25% or higher on imported goods from the BVI and implementing entry and exit fees for non-residents traveling between the territories. The Bryan administration has offered to provide lawmakers with data and impact assessments to support discussions. Of course, the move comes amid growing global trade tensions, with the US recently imposing reciprocal tariffs on countries such as India, the EU, and Japan. Similar policies have affected US allies like Canada and the United Kingdom, raising concerns over economic impacts. Now, while the trade relationship between the USVI and the BVI is relatively modest, US exports to the BVI were valued at approximately $445 million, compared to just $4 million in imports. The proposal could have broader social implications. Wow. Is that how we're doing it now? BVI, USVI, and I think the USVI is only acting on upon the instruction. I think they're instructed to do this. That's my personal feeling. Of course, the U.S. Virgin Islands, the answer to mainland USA. I think this is what is going on. Because how long have they been um, amicable? How long have they had a relationship? Was there always tension and the world was not aware of it? Did they always have concerns in the USVI about the goods that are coming from the BVI and how it has impacted their economy? This sounds fairly new. Let me just say that. And that story closes out our Caribbean Corner segment. Coming up now, we have stories out of Latin America. And our first article of the day: renewable energy ambitions in Northern Colombia collide with indigenous worries. And let me go ahead and pin that headline on YouTube. And in the meantime, I want to go ahead and say thank you so much to everyone listening on QMZRadio.com for quality music while you work or play. Everyone listening on JanoRadio.com, the nonstop Party Vibe station, and our listeners on MadMusicHouse.com, any genre, anytime. Also, thank you to everyone watching on YouTube Live, and thank you to everyone right here with me on Fanbase. Remember, you can head on over to www.grantcoffeehouse.com and enjoy 20% off all coffee products. Use the code COFFEEINTO20 at checkout. All right. So let's go ahead and get into this article. Again, renewable energy ambitions in Northern Colombia collide with indigenous worries. And this article comes to us courtesy of apnews.com. Giant wind turbines over cemetery sacred to Zoila Velasquez and her indigenous Wayu community native to the La Guajira region in northern Colombia. This arid, wind-swept region, dotted with cacti and roaming herds of goats, holds immense potential to position Colombia as a wind and solar energy leader. However, resistance from the Wayu community has stalled many proposed projects by multinational companies and the government. The Wayu have concerns about the environmental and cultural impacts and the lack of prior consultation in what's one of the nation's poorest regions. Now, these companies are also eyeing the region's offshore wind farm prospects. This cemetery, the cemetery is sacred to us, the Wayu. Wayu leaders say what is threatened isn't the cemetery itself, but the spirituality of the territory. It is here that the bones of our ancestors rest. That's what matters most to us. The region could generate approximately 15 gigawatts of wind energy. That is according to Colombia's Mining and Energy Planning Unit, which could power up to an estimated 37.5 million homes annually. It's part of Colombia's just energy transition, aiming to replace fossil fuels with renewables while supporting vulnerable groups like indigenous peoples. The YU say this isn't happening. Construction started on the La Guajira 1 wind farm, which looms over the cemetery near Cabo de la Vela. In 2020, after a mix of legal processes, government backing, and controversial negotiations, along with unsatisfactory prior consultation, it faced significant opposition from the YU and has been producing electricity since 2022, but is not yet hooked up to the interconnected system. Truth be told, modern day folk do not hold in any regard whatsoever um, ancestral ties. Let's put it that way. Yeah. The things that one group will value and hold cherish to, that's not important to them. For them, in their minds, they're doing the right thing, right? In their minds, they're doing good for 37.5 million homes who stand to benefit. I saw the number right. 37.5, is that what was said in the article? Let me just make sure. Right? Yeah, 37.5 homes annually. That is the concern. And of course, tied to that idea of doing good is that money is to be made. All right. I think there can be some agreement that is made. Um, if there's a part of the land that will not, that can be used, let me put it this way, if there's a part of the land that can be used that will not impact the tribes and their spirituality and their beliefs and everything that goes along with it, can we do that? Can that be explored? And if there's nowhere else but dead in the cemetery or on them land, probably walk away. There has to be other places that you can go to. That's my feeling. But governments always tend to move in on the most vulnerable, those they don't hold in high regard, those they don't respect, those they seem as inconsequential. Yeah, that's what usually happens. Yeah. These people are not about technological advancement. They're not about that. They're about spiritual peace and tranquility. And truth be told, that is something more of us need in our lives. I don't know if you noticed, but a lot of people are now doing, I don't know if it falls under the umbrella of ecotourism. A lot of people are going to spots to disconnect from quote unquote reality. They're enjoying time away from um, the windmill system, for the want of a better term. They're going into spaces where they can breathe and enjoy nature and eat organically and fresh air, fresh water, relax and unwind and get back in touch with nature. People are now enjoying peacefulness and the importance of peace on our mental well being as well as our physical and emotional well being. Everything can be about dollars and cents. But anyway, back to the article. Let me not stray too far. Back to the article. Um, it is important that the government and all the necessary personnel sit down and have a meeting with the tribes so that there can be mutual understanding and to see how we can coexist. All right. I don't think it's a hard feat. Some may think differently. Colombia deforestation rose 35% in 2024, the minister says. Hold on, but while when the minister saying this, not when when just oh no lie, it was the former prime minister that was talking about Ghana. My apologies, let me get my facts together. Okay, so this article comes to us courtesy of theprint.in. So, according to Reuters, out of Bogota, deforestation in Colombia during 2024 rose 35% versus the previous year. It rose to 413 square miles. And this is according to the environment minister. In 2023, Colombia's deforestation fell to just over 792 kilometers, a 23-year low, down from around 1,235 square kilometers in 2022. Colombia, host of last year's COP16 UN Biodiversity Summit, is one of the world's most biodiverse countries. It is home to thousands of plant and animal species. The country loses swaths of forest to deforestation each year. Last week, Mohammed, who is the environment minister, who will soon step down from the government following her resignation early this month, said some $70 million in environmental funding from the U.S. Agency for International Development has been frozen in Colombia after President Donald Trump moved to gut the organization. Most of the impact will be felt in the country's Amazon. Deforestation should be going down. I don't know, so I need to ask when they embark on deforestation missions in countries that directly impact the Amazon. Are they planting back trees or them just cut them down on the land, lay bare, or it's used for something else? Are they planting back trees?
I don't know the answer for sure, but deforest, the word that I can't say right now,
Deforestation.
deforestation, they're not planting anything, they're building.
Or it's for mining.
Mm-hmm.
Well, very soon we are going to drink oil, no so.
Lord.
They're probably figuring out a way for us to drink oil and minerals. We don't need food. We just need somewhere to live and the earth's minerals. That's it, apparently.
So AI says deforestation is the deliberate clearing of forests by humans to make land available for other uses.
Did it go on to say what the other uses are usually?
Why it happens. Agriculture. The most common reason for deforestation is to make way for cattle ranching, growing crops and plantation. Lodging. Deforestation can occur for timber to build materials and for development. Urban development occurs to make way for cities and neighborhoods. Now, the environmental impact, it releases stored carbon dioxide into the atmosphere. It reduces biodiversity and disrupt ecosystems. It can lead to soil erosion, and it can lead to habitat loss for many plant and animal species.
But we don't care. We don't care. Not us. They don't care. Let me get it
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
They don't care. We want all we're looking at is the mighty dollar bill. We don't care that we're not going to live long enough to even enjoy it. We don't care. Just give me the money. Show me the money. I want more, 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 more. Oh, the fatted calf sings. All right. Thank you, Ja. Thank you for that. Moving right along, Cubans turn to coal, to cooking with charcoal as energy crisis worsens. Um, at least that's an option. Thank God. But at least that option exists versus nothing at all. MSN.com. But shouldn't the oil, that ship coming from Russia, it should have, when was the 19th? This week? Yeah, this week. Yeah, 19th. Day before yesterday. Today's a Friday. Wednesday, that ship should have docked with how many hundreds of thousands of gallons of is it gallons or barrels they had said? I don't remember. It's Friday. Cubans turn to cooking with charcoal as energy crisis worsens. This article can be found on msn.com. According to Reuters, for Maria Elena Veiga, a 60-year-old Cuban wife, living on the outskirts of Havana, charcoal has become the go-to fuel for cooking due to frequent blackouts from the island's failing power grid. We have opted to cook with charcoal, which is what we can do, because otherwise we are going to go through a lot of work to be able to eat. Ah, boy. Power outages have become a daily reality for many Cubans, with some areas going without electricity for more than 20 hours a day, mainly in towns far from the capital. The day is lousy. There's no power and gas is scarce. A shortage of fuel and the country's aging thermoelectric plants have left Cuba's supply vulnerable. Most of the oil fired plants are inactive, and fuel shortages make it difficult for diesel generators to support the national grid. At the end of last year, several network collapses left the country of some 10 million inhabitants entirely in the dark. The electricity is very bad, says Mirela Martinez. Sometimes we spend the whole day without getting power. Many Cubans struggle with unreliable electricity and an inability to use household appliances. The crisis has prompted the government to implement drastic measures, including a 2-day school closure and urging non essential workers to stay home in an effort to reduce consumption. And of course, Cuba blames the US trade embargo for its power grid issues, citing difficulties in acquiring fuel and spare parts for outdated plants. And I want to stop right there. Why are they blaming the US? Because hear me out. We are fully aware of the embargo, we are fully aware of the sanctions, we're fully aware of them being blacklisted. But if Russia is able to send them oil, aren't they able to get their fuel from elsewhere outside of the region? Aren't they able to get the spare parts, excuse me, for the outdated plants? Aren't they able to get that from Russia or China? That's the part. Yeah, go ahead, Adesoji, because I see this thinking emoji. I'm just asking, right? Because if oil can come to the country, if rice can come to the country from China and Russia, right? Oil from Russia, rice from China. Why can't the necessary things be had from those two countries? That's the part I'm not understanding.
So, yeah, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon from His
Yeah,
Majesty's Council.
from His Majesty's reign. Long may he rule over
Oh,
us.
listen, stop with that. You realize what our president is saying over here? Did you see that clip? Long live the king.
Yeah, long live the king.
I think he learned it from you.
Long live the listen, long live the king. Long live the king. Some kings, yes, long live. On the issue of Cuba, yeah, I mean it might seem intuitive that would be the case, that if China or Russia could provide them with resources, then they can, they can revamp some of these ailing industrial plants or power plants as they were. But here's the thing. Cuba is unable to trade on the conventional market, meaning those sanctions are not just placed on Cuba, but inadvertently placed on anybody that does business with them. Which is why when you travel to Cuba, you cannot travel directly to the United States. Or if you have been to Cuba, you are asked in your visa application to the United States, have you ever been in Cuba? That. So all of that is the kind of administrative headache people have to go through. Now, looking at the country per se, the country has not been able to trade since 1959 due to the economic embargo on it. And it's a testimony to their endurance that they've been able to live even up for that country to even exist up to today. They're going to have to come up with better ways of sourcing their materials. Hopefully now with the US distracted, I mean, they're basically just going around, listen, don't even focus on them. As long as China can be, Cuba can be brought into the Chinese and the Russians and the Indian orbit. No, not India. India won't do that. India is subservient to the United States, so it won't do such a thing. Yeah, but those two. But then what does Cuba give them in return? Because we have to also be realistic enough to know that we don't live in quote unquote political ideological times like the Cold War. This now is everybody might not timely claim it, but we have some capitalist leanings that we play into. China is a perfect example of a mixed economy. So it has one side capitalist, another side socialist. Russia is out and out capitalist. It doesn't do anything ideological anymore. You know, once in a while it does things just to get under the noses of the Americans. But beyond that, yeah. So that's one of the reasons why Cuba has not been able to, because most of all the other countries that are around it can literally, geographically, should be able to provide all its needs, but to do so means they would probably incur sanctions from the United States. So, and we know how that goes. So, I yield.
All right. Okay. Thank you, Adesoji. And we're going to keep it moving. China's donation could boost Cuba's future. This article, courtesy of newsus.cgtn.com. Let's go ahead and get into this one. Many Cubans, as we just spoke about in the previous article, struggle with unreliable electricity and an inability to use household appliances. The crisis has prompted the government to implement drastic measures, including a 2-day school closure and urging non-essential workers to stay home to reduce consumption. Of course, we know that. Now, they have recently received a donation of Chinese parts and accessories for electrical generators to improve the island's power generation. Look at that, Adesoji. This article is now saying that they recently received. So I guess they have to just do the repairs to have everything up and running. But anyway, let's continue. That's it. That's all I must say. Okay. Oh, hold on. Hold on a second. There is more. In the form of audio, there is more. Let me jump over here and play this. Let's hear what it says.
Endured an energy crisis for years due to a lack of fuel to generate power. Things have worsened with repeated collapses of the national power grid, leading to blackouts up to 15 hours a day, affecting millions of people. Less than half of the Caribbean islands' 15 thermal units are working. Authorities have been forced to close some businesses and schools. But the Cuban government is getting help from China thanks to a long-term assistance package, including donations of tons of generators, spare parts, and accessories, which began to arrive here in recent months. China's ambassador to Cuba says the shipments are based on the principle of agility for the most urgent and a reflection of the bonds of friendship. Cuban authorities acknowledge the help from China.
Refleja la alta sensibilidad. It reflects the high sensitivity of the Chinese government authorities to Cuba's needs and their firm support for Cuba under all circumstances, joining in a true expression of fraternity the Cuban government's efforts to achieve energy sustainability.
Cuba hopes to transition to renewable energy sources in the future. The equipment from China will also be used to set up solar parks in several places and lessen the dependence on fossil fuels. As China and Cuba mark the 65th anniversary of diplomatic relations this year, both nations point to growing mutual cooperation and friendship, and confidence an improved electrical system will start yielding results. Luis Chirino, CGTN, Havana.
Okay. Well, that's good news, right, Adesoji?
Yeah, it's good news. It's wow, 65 years. Ooh, okay. And the key takeaway there is long-term friendship. So regardless of what transpires, you can rely on China. So yeah. It's a good thing.
It is a good thing. And we're not demanding anything of you.
No, China has always, you see, that's the mistake people make. I mean, people who sort of get their news from the Western press without some form of, critical analysis. China is not altruistic like that. But here's the thing: when China gives you something, there is no hook at the end of it. If China wants something from you, and the key word there is want something from you, He expects you to name your price. They will give you your price, and then you give them what they request, right? But unlike you know who, the request, the want does not start at the point of you giving them what they come back and take more. That's the problem. So all of this, China is doing this. Listen, China has been in Africa for a better part of, let me see, their first intervention. When I mean intervention, as in, come in and do constructive stuff on the African continent, would be the 1970s. And that would be with the Tazam Railway, which they built for free, that connects Zambia and Tanzania. That was in 1976. And that railway line is still running. Yes, it's still running.
No contingencies?
For what?
I don't know. I mean, I'm so accustomed to, I give you something to get something, or I only
Yeah.
if you would do something.
Again, you look across the continent. There are Chinese continent. Chinese. What's it called? Contracts being run, although they have a shifty side, and the shifty side is if you do not keep an eye on them, they get far too comfortable. Yes. I mean, you have to mention that. That's the caveat. Because when they no, listen, it's like any visitor. If you don't sort of tell the visitor, I'm getting feedback.
Okay, let me mute my mic. It's not me on the.
No, I think it's James. I think it's James.
James, all right, let me mute this mic for him. He probably don't realize. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah. So the reason I say when they get too comfortable, they donated the building to the African Union. That was in late 2000s. And suffice to say, the building was bugged from head to bottom, and the entire wiring system had to be ripped out and reconfigured because apparently somebody wanted to listen in on conversations that was not meant for them. Yes.
Everybody at some point wants to be a fly on the wall, right?
Yeah, a fly on the wall is quite different from being flies in the room. Yes.
We need a hot mic situation.
No, this is not a hot mic. This is hot mics, hot telephones, hot CCTVs, hot everything. Things were literally, you touch them, we were basically, they were reporting to Beijing.
So it was like singing the song, feeling hot.
And it was thanks to the Ghanaian and Nigerian delegation that found it out. Because normally when you go into a building and you're going to have confidential information, your intelligence goes in there and does a sweep.
Right.
And so normally when you do a sweep for the room where you're going to have the conversation. But imagine your beepers beeping even before you get into the room. It's like, whoa. It's like what is going on here?
Like going to the scanning machine at the TSA. Oh, by the way, hundreds of TSA officers have been laid off. But carry on.
Yeah. So basically, and that's how the story broke, that the building was not fit for conversation for the interim period. But they've since sorted it out. Yeah, so.
You heard the story about the woman who she's married. I forgot what country in Africa, but she and her husband. Anyway, both of them work for this Chinese family or this Chinese man who is there on contract with a particular company. Anyway, long story short, fast forward. She has a baby, and the baby, of course, looks Chinese. It's a Chinese mix. And the husband is so happy for this baby. And he's saying, yeah, look at, our boss has been so good to us. So I get what you're saying. If you don't watch them,
Yeah, they get
they get a little too comfortable.
even to the point of being frisky with you.
Pressure from Trump, Costa Rica and Honduras join Panama as stopovers for foreign deportees. Okay, this article courtesy of apnews.com. A group of families and children hailing from Uzbekistan, China, Afghanistan, Russia, and more countries climbed down the stairs of an airplane in Costa Rica's capital on Thursday. The first flight of deportees from other nations, Costa Rica agreed to hold in detention facilities for the Trump administration while it organized the return back to their countries. The flight of 135 deportees, half of them minors, added Costa Rica to a growing list of Latin American nations to serve as a stopover for migrants as U.S. President Donald Trump's administration seeks to step up deportations. While Costa Rica joins Panama in holding deportees from mostly Asian origin until their repatriation can be arranged or they can seek protection somewhere, Honduras on Thursday also facilitated a handoff of deportees between the US and Venezuela from a flight coming from Guantanamo Bay. The migrants arriving in Costa Rica will be bused to a rural holding facility near the Panama border, where they will be detained up to 6 weeks and be flown back to their countries of origin. All of this is according to Omer Badia, Costa Rica's Deputy Minister of the Interior and Police. The U.S. government will cover the costs. To be quite frank, the taxpayers will cover the costs. The arrangement is part of the deal the Trump administration struck with Costa Rica during U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio's visit earlier this month. It comes as Trump has pressured countries across the region to help facilitate deportations at times under the threat of steep tariffs or sanctions. How can we guarantee that these individuals will, in fact, be repatriated to their countries? As I'm asking that question, I'm thinking about the children who were in cages between 2016 and 2020. Have they all been repatriated? But more importantly, have they all been returned to their parents or their family members? Have we had any updates on them? Because every now and again, I think about these children. And I'm not sure what has truly happened to them. Yeah.
They say there's a saying that the best measure of a society's values is how they treat the children, the women, and the elderly.
Yeah.
Yes, you want to deport who you consider to be in the United States when they're not supposed to be. You notice I didn't use the word illegal.
I don't like the word illegal. And I don't like the word catchy when we're talking about people.
The reason I don't use the word illegal is under the auspices of the convention, Geneva Convention, anyone has the right to claim refugee status wherever they get to. Human beings are not illegal. They're not. So that's it's using that term is dehumanizing. So
it is.
So yeah. So you are pressuring countries to take your issues. So by same virtue, you are co-opting these countries into partaking in human treatment of human beings, just so that you can score a political point at home. Whilst all of this is going on, CPAC held a meeting yesterday. Was it yesterday? The last couple of weeks. Sorry. I watch things, all of this is just distraction to me. It's distraction. The real issue is the United States is fast becoming a dictatorship. People are sleepwalking into it. That constitution is going to be torn to shreds by midterm, not even by the end of 4 years. By midterm, if you're lucky, you still have a piece of paper that says this is the rules of engagement in the United States. So whilst they've thrown us this curveball of watching what is going on the outside, USAID, what's the other one? What's the latest one? The latest one is this, screaming at migrants and what have you. Whilst they're doing that, they're slowly ripping out the heart of the state. And even when they're caught doing it, they will say, no, look the other way. So all of this, yes, while we might be mindful, the United States does not offer any succor when they make a mistake. Not least this guy that is there now. When he did it in 2016, no one bat an eyelid. And to think when that happened, that should have been the line where people will say, no, I think you've gone far enough. Ripping families apart. But yet instead, we're getting the 2.0 version. Wow. It's wild. It's wild.
That's putting it mildly. Wild indeed. All right, next up, thank you, Adesoji. Next up, Mexico president. I love her. Says her government requested U.S. surveillance drone flights. Let's jump into this article, courtesy of apnews.com. Mexico President Claudia Sheinbaum on Wednesday said that surveillance drone flights by the U.S. government over Mexico are occurring in collaboration with and at the request of her government. They come as U.S. President Donald Trump's administration has increased pressure on Mexico to do more to stop the production of the synthetic opioid fentanyl that is smuggled north to the United States. Earlier this month, Trump threatened, then postponed 25% tariffs on Mexican imports that he said were meant to push Mexico to take more action against its drug cartels. Trump also ordered on his first day in office the designation of some of Mexico's drug cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. Those designations will be published in Thursday's edition of the Federal Register, according to a notice on Wednesday. Mexico responded to the tariff threat by sending 10,000 National Guard troops to the northern border. The drone flights were reported Tuesday by the New York Times as a Central Intelligence Agency program aimed at locating fentanyl labs in northwestern Mexico. The flights follow U.S. military statements that it had increased surveillance capabilities along the country's shared border. The CIA declined to comment in response to questions about the drone flights. Interesting. Next up, China. I read somewhere, before I forget, as I was reading that article, but I read somewhere quite recently that fentanyl is a drug that's used in anesthesiology when they put you to sleep. I did not know that. I learned that. Yeah.
No. The part about that thing is that story you just read now is if what you've just read now in terms of the what you just acknowledged that you found out that anesthesia is part of the anesthetic process, right? If that is the case, why are you flying a drone in somebody else's country when you have the facilities to do so within the shores of the United States? So are you saying the drugs does not come from anywhere other than from the outside? Please, you know what?
That's why I
Again,
raised that.
distraction.
That is why I said what I said. And I'm glad I came across that article. And thank you for confirming that, job. Because when I saw it, I was like, really? Yeah. So, pharmaceutical
One
fentanyl.
second, before you go,
Mhm.
the last doctor who was the presidential physician in his administration, you might want to Google what happened to him. I yield. Continue.
So, pharmaceutical fentanyl is FDA approved and used as an anesthetic during surgeries, as well as to treat severe pain, especially following surgery and for cancer pain. It is a Schedule II controlled substance according to the United States Drug Enforcement Administration, aka DEA. Fentanyl is a synthetic opioid typically used to treat patients with chronic severe pain or severe pain following surgery. Yeah. Yeah. So, in what am I to gather then? What am I to assume or conclude is that synthetic opioids can only be used when controlled by the USDEA. Yes, you are allowed to manufacture it as long as we give you the permission and as long as we have control over it. So let me ask a question, because some people weaker than others. For those of us who have undergone any kind of surgery or anyone who is going through cancer, pain, so on and so forth, and they become addicted, who do we blame for that? The Mexicans, or do we blame the USDEA, who allow it to be used as a means to treat severe pain?
Moment, just a quick question. We had just experienced the biggest drug epidemic after the so-called war on drugs under the Clintons and them, right? And the past governments. We had an opioid crisis. The opioid crisis that devastated certain parts of America to the point where you make it a sickness and not a drug use, and where you provide free medical assistance, counseling, recovery, everything for the victims of those, right? And it has been known that most of those opioids was bought from pharmacies around America, to the point where they had one pharmacy somewhere in Virginia where the amount of opioids they were selling was so much that they were saying like everybody would have to be dead if they were supplying the whole community, all right? Because it was so much. The question is, have we addressed that? And I'm not saying opioid is not coming over the border from Mexico, but to get the amount of opioid that is required for an entire epidemic to happen through the Mexican border, you literally have to have trucks and trucks and trucks just coming over every day, like full. And you have to have the distribution network to get it to the people. Because a lot of the places where those addictions is happening, not even close to the border. So it's not like border towns. So the question is, what has happened to the supply of the said opioid that was causing the epidemic? Just a question.
Valid question. And it's interesting that you said Virginia. Isn't that where these eyes have tails? Isn't that where J.D. Vance is from? Isn't it J.D. Vance's mother who had an synthetic illicit substance addiction?
It was part of his book, Hillbilly Elegies, where he talked about their dependence on drugs. Mr. President highlighted something there, which is we seem to have forgotten that for that epidemic to have taken place, the channels of distribution was so massive that it was difficult to regulate. So invariably it meant it was over the shelf. And as I read in the comments, they were just handing out prescriptions. No, they were not just handing out prescriptions. They were handing out opioids, like Smarties, to the point where people were drinking this stuff like a social, like something, like your run-of-the-mill rum, raw, undiluted. In some cases, they will even mix 2 or 3 of the stuff. And then these same people will then stand on stage with a microphone in hand, and they will then start playing what is known as mumble rap. I'm not saying all of them did, but I'm saying the sizable number of them were off their faces, as we will say here, on that stuff. And at a very impressionable age, what you see or what you idolize, you tend to repeat. Boom, it takes off. And that's it. So the president that was talking, the doctor in the White House, the last one during this chappie's administration, was also doing the same thing. He was handing out drugs as if they were going out of fashion. Yes. So if they're doing it in the White House, why won't they be able to do it in the suburbs or in the little towns? So the problem is not from the outside. The problem is, like somebody said the other day, I think in one of the stuff we were reading is, America has a drug lifestyle. And someone out there just decided, you know what, we've got to feed that lifestyle. And unfortunately, it's going to be at the death of the American society.
Yeah, pretty much. All right, moving right along. Our next article in the stories out of Latin America. China promises Latin America trustworthy ties as Trump lays out demands. This article can be found on msn.com. China will always be Latin America's quote unquote trustworthy friend and partner, its foreign minister told his Bolivian counterpart, as Beijing looks to improve its foothold in a region historically under the U.S. sphere of influence. Latin America is the home of the Latin American people and is not any country's backyard, Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi said during a meeting at the United Nations on Tuesday, according to a statement from his ministry. China wants to continuously elevate the China-Bolivia strategic partnership, Wang told Bolivia's Foreign Minister Celinda Sosa. Bolivia, which established diplomatic ties with Beijing in 1985, is among many countries in South America that have bonded economically with China through debt and investment. The resource-rich country owes China, the world's biggest bilateral lender, over $1.7 billion, according to World Bank data. Chinese firms have invested a further $6 billion, statistics from the American Enterprise Institute think tank show, mostly in Bolivia's metals, energy, and transport sectors. U.S. foreign direct investment in Bolivia stands at around 430 million. Yeah, not even half a billion. That's according to U.S. State Department data, predominantly in the oil and gas and manufacturing sectors. The U.S. and China look set to go toe to toe in Central and South America over U.S. President Donald Trump's second term, with Chinese investments in the region, particularly in energy and infrastructure, challenging U.S. influence. Trump took little time in taking Panama to task over the Central American states' ties to China, and of course, this was right after taking office, dispatching Secretary of State Marco Rubio with a message to end China's influence over the Panama Canal or face U.S. action. Panama's president, Jose Raul Mulino, later said his country would not renew its membership of Chinese President Jinping's flagship Belt and Road Initiative to Beijing's chagrin. Trump had refused to rule out the use of military force to take back the Panama Canal in the run up to Rubio's visit. Wang said China supports Latin American countries in defending their sovereignty, independence, and what? National dignity. He also congratulated Bolivia on becoming a member of BRICS, a group of developing nations founded by Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa to rival a Western dominated world order. The group has since grown to include Egypt, Ethiopia, Indonesia, Iran, Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates. So let me ask a question based on something I just read in the article, right? As it relates to Panama and not renewing its membership with Jinping's flagship Belt and Road Initiative. So these roads that are needed in Panama, is the US going to be giving you the money, no strings attached, no mandate, no agenda, no contingencies? Are they going to, is the US going to be giving Panama the money or handling the continuation of the Belt and Road Initiative in Panama? Or that is where it all comes crumbling down, comes to an end there?
Good luck with that. Well, what I would have suggested is, well, I don't run the country, but yeah, I would say this. What I would have suggested to the Panamanian president would have been, stick to your guns and let's see what happens. What's the worst that will happen? They will overthrow you, right? And then so much for they're not interfering in people's affairs. And the world can clearly see. We'll clearly see that this is how you move. You know, this idea that because you just scream and people should jump, it's like, nah, sit yourself down, man. Sit yourself down. Pull up a chair. Let's tell you how the world works. You know, it's sad. It's sad. Now you've robbed your country of possible, development ties, how you could grow, and you've hinged your wagon to the United States. Huh. Good luck with that. Good luck.
Oh boy. Go ahead, Mr. President. Go right ahead.
First of all, nobody really, no agreements come without strings attached. The whole idea of soft power is strings attached, but invisible strings.
Invisible strings, right?
Invisible strings, right? But with the rise of China, is not, some elections you do not vote for the new person, but you vote out the incumbent.
Yeah.
That is what is happening with the US. A lot of people is not necessarily voting for China, but they're voting against the US because the US measures and way of doing business has become so, the power have corrupted them so much that they lose touch of a lot of the reality of the people they're partnering with, well, supposed to be partnering with. And now these are your loyal subjects and they are supposed to do what you say and don't question what you do. So what they're doing, they're creating a space where people like China, Russia, and other countries can strive. That's what's happening. As to Panama getting rid of the Belt and Road Initiative, well, I guess they may have been stuff in them, benefiting in it for them outside of just the rhetoric. But what you're looking at, if you look at the rise of that port in Peru, okay? If you look at China in Argentina, the Belt and Road Initiative, it's a massive plan. And whether or not Panama participates, it will be happening all around Panama. It might slow China a little bit because of the strategic importance of Panama, but it wouldn't really provide no real, because Panama is not that vested in Panama in any case. They don't have that massive investments in Panama, so it's a big loss to them. It will slow their roll a little bit. But what Panama could find itself happening because The US really don't give you that much. They just exercise their power. And you could find yourself in a position where everybody went along and you find yourself further back because you rely on a government that when it changes, you don't know what will happen. And that is the thing with the US now, is that the volatility. Nobody knows what will happen when the next president comes in. Nobody knows if the US would honor any of its commitment because they've been honoring now, pulling it back now, and so on. And that is the danger. For instance, even if you look at Donald Trump's presidency, Donald Trump made the best deal in the world when he formed the agreement with China and Mexico. And he got them to pay their fair share. And now he come back and under the same deal he made with them, they are exploiting America. So did you make the best deal or are they exploiting America? Or did you sign a deal so that Canada and Mexico could exploit America and you called it the best deal? And now you're saying, oh, you will sanction them because they're exploiting America based on the policies you signed with them? I mean, these things don't make no sense. When you talk about cognitive dissonance, it's a perfect example.
Thank you, Mr. President. And moving right along, who are the Latin American cartels the U.S. labeled as terrorist organizations? This article courtesy of Axios.com. The Trump administration on Wednesday designated 8 drug cartels, including MS-13 and the Sinaloa cartel. I'll go watch Queen of the South, folks. I'm sorry, let me stay focused. As global terrorist organizations. The big picture. The move comes after President Trump signed an executive order on his first day in office, vowing to crack down on cartels for a campaigning of violence and terror. Driving the news, Secretary of State Marco Rubio said in a Federal Register notice on Wednesday that the groups pose a threat to national security and should be labeled as terrorist organizations under Section 219 of the Immigration and Nationality Act. So who are the groups? Tren de Aragua, Mara Salvatrucha, also known as MS-13, Cartel de Sinaloa, Cartel de Jalisco Nueva Generación, Carteles Unidos, Cartel del Noreste, Cartel del Golfo. Did they check with our president to see if they could actually use that name, del Golfo? And La Nueva Familia Michoacana. Well, South American cartels sprouted up in the late 1960s and early 1970s at a time when the U.S. was cracking down on drug trafficking from Mexico. During the 1980s, the cartels in South America became the largest suppliers of narcotics in the world, chiefly of cocaine. Meanwhile, demand in the U.S. for cocaine and cannabis was rising rapidly. Colombia took control of the expanding market, refining the drugs there and smuggling them into the U.S. And then the U.S. declares war on drugs. As the cartels targeted U.S. clientele, the American government began to crack down. The U.S. pressured Latin American governments to shut down the supply of narcotics coming into the country. But Latin American countries insisted the market was driven by the U.S. demand for the drugs. President Nixon first declared a war on drugs in 1971, and years later, extradition treaties were signed for drug traffickers. Throughout the 1990s, the issue continued to cause tensions between the U.S. and Latin American countries. Tren de Aragua, also known as the Aragua Train, was founded around 2009 to 2010. They're based in Venezuela and they have a presence in the US, Brazil, Colombia, Peru, Ecuador, Bolivia, Panama, Costa Rica, Chile, Mexico, and Trinidad and Tobago. Then you have Mara Salvatrucha, the MS-13, which originated in Los Angeles, California in the 1980s in the communities composed largely of refugees from El Salvador's civil war. Members who were deported spread the gang to El Salvador, where it grew quickly. Cartel de Sinaloa, also known as Sinaloa Cartel, Mexican Federation, and Guadalajara Cartel. So any of those three names can be used interchangeably. The criminal group is likely Mexico's oldest, dating to the 1970s. The Sinaloa cartel expanded in the 1990s and 2000s under leaders like Joaquin El Chapo Guzman. And then you have Cartel de Jalisco Nueva Generación, the group known as New Generation Cartel of somebody's mic is up. Okay, AT, your mic is open. Let me close it for you. Okay. All right. So, Cartel de Jalisco Nueva Generación, known as the New Generation Cartel of Jalisco, the CJNG, as well as Jalisco New Generation Cartel. That one was founded in Mexico in 2009. Jalisco distributes cocaine, methamphetamine, and fentanyl in all 50 states, per the U.S. Drug Enforcement Administration. Carteles Unidos and La Nueva Familia Michoacana. Carteles Unidos is known by several names, right? So you'll hear them called United Cartels, Cartel de Tepalacatepec, the Grandfather Cartel, Cartel del Abuelo, and Cartel de los Reyes. Well, La Nueva Familia Michoacana, or LNFM, they originated in 2011 in Mexico. It splintered into its own group after the original La Familia Michoacana lost their power. Well, as one dies out, another one starts, right? You never really get rid of them. Both groups produce synthetic drugs, but are of concern to the US. Why? Because of the threat they pose to avocado exports coming from the state of Michoacan. Well, that's according to AP. And then you have Cartel del Noreste, the group known as CDN, which is Noreste Northeast Cartel, and Los Zetas. This was founded in 2014. They are alleged to have operations in the US, Guatemala, Honduras, and Colombia. Cartel del Golfo, also known as CDG, Gulf Cartel. The group was founded in the 1930s. Ooh, I think this is the oldest one. The group has an international network and is alleged to be affiliated with crime groups in the US and on other continents. Okay, so all of them have been labeled as terrorist organizations. And why? Because they are huge in the drug industry, the illicit drug industry. Let me get that right, because you have legal drugs and you have illicit drugs. All right. So they are huge in the illicit drug market. And the US has declared a war on them because they have upended the lives of many Americans because they refuse to stop bringing the drugs into our beloved country. All right. There you have it. Go ahead.
Moment, it is alleged that the cartel
Where's Mr. President? Or is it me?
amount a significant. It is alleged that the cartel control a significant amount of the avocado trade coming out of Mexico and those places. How would those sanctions affect the supply of avocados to the US if it is true that the cartels control a significant amount of it?
What about the tequila?
Don't forget the pineapple trade as well.
I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but how do you plan to deal with these things? Because these are stuff that would happen. You will have fallouts, you will have overlaps. Is there things in place to deal with that? Especially the avocado, because avocado and toast is a big thing here.
Yes, I like me some guacamole.
I'm very particular about the pineapple.
I need to be able to roll my R's. How am I going to be able to do that if I'm not able to get my avocado, my avocados? I'm not liking this at all. Come on, folks, do something about it. I need my avocados. I need my piña because the pineapple Diced pineapple, you know, it's very important.
Yeah, if you know,
Loaded
you know.
that
Exactly. Exactly. For our sisters.
for your benefit, right, Adesoji? You know,
No, very altruistic in this regard.
come on, people. Ah, I wonder if something is in the because a lot of Americans are addicted to those has avocados, Huh. By the way, did you all see the video of the lady? She is a MAGA supporter. So, of course, you know how she voted. So, she's telling her friend who is non MAGA that I can't believe the restaurant closed down. This restaurant has been there for so long. I went there, as I always do, to enjoy my Mexican food, and they're not there. What am I supposed to do now?
Go to Mexico. They're over there.
So, she's cracking up. She said, "Didn't you vote against having immigrants in the country?" Yeah, but I didn't vote for them to go.
I guess they're the criminals he was talking about.
I like to laugh. I do. Mhm. Next up. Oh boy. So that story wraps up our stories out of Latin America. Coming up now, we have stories on the international scene. And I just want to say thank you once again to everyone listening on qmzradio.com for quality music while you work or play. JanoRadio.com, the nonstop party vibe station. Don't forget to download the Jano Radio app. It's available in your Apple and Google Play stores. Thank you to everyone listening on madmusichouse.com, any genre, anytime. A big thank you to everyone watching the YouTube live. Thank you to my fan base, family, and supporters. I appreciate each and every one of you. And a reminder that you can enjoy 20% off all coffee products. If you go ahead and shop today, head on over to grantcoffeehouse.com. Get 20% off all coffee products. Enjoy this by entering the code Coffee in Tow 20. Again, shop today and get 20% off all your coffee products when you use the code Coffee in Tow 20 on grantcoffeehouse.com. Also, I invite you to head on over to laurmelskinfood.com, LAURMEL, laurmelskinfood.com, and start putting your packages together as, we're almost at the end of February. As you blink, you have Mother's Day coming up, Father's Day coming up, and I'm sure you know someone who is having a birthday, celebrating some event, right? Anniversary packages can be constructed as well. So there you go, laurmelskinfood.com for your 100% organic skincare products. Laurmel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. Yeah, time for stories out of the international news segment. So I said this jokingly the other day when we had an article about Mandarin being taught in schools in Jamaica. And I remember, Ja, you said your daughter did learn Mandarin. Now, what I'm going to recommend is we all start learning Mandarin. Please. I am going to recommend. If we're not able to speak it, we should be able to write it or read it. Read it. Yeah, we have to, because I see at some point Mandarin is going to become a second or an official language. But go right ahead, Ja. Ja, Ja.
Writing it is very hard, but reading and speaking, good.
But if you can read it, you should be able to write it. No? What do you think? No?
You can learn, but it's difficult.
They go left to right or right to left. Or up and down. It's which way it goes.
It's not even the direction, it's just making sure that the character, you can just put like a little tick on one end of the character and it'll change it. So you have to be very specific.
Thank you. Thank you for that. No, I'm seriously thinking of learning. And yeah, the brain cannot all, but they say you have to throw someone into the deep for them to learn to swim. That's the best way for them to learn to swim. You throw them in the deep, right? Let them do the dog paddle and keep themselves afloat, learn to flip on them back. Yeah, so yeah, them can survive. So I think I'm going to learn. hmm Um, this next article, courtesy of GhanaWeb.com. Let me go ahead and pin the headline on YouTube. Chinese language to be introduced in Ghanaian schools. The Central Regional Director of Education has announced the Ghana Education Services preparations to pilot the introduction of Chinese language into the school curriculum across the country. He noted that Chinese language education has become an important addition to the educational landscape in the central region. He further highlighted the role of the Confucius Institute at the University of Cape Coast in enhancing the region's academic offerings. Mr. Essuman made these remarks at the inauguration of a regional training center for local teachers in West African countries, an event attended by students from primary, basic, senior high, and tertiary institutions. He expressed confidence that the training center would play a crucial role in equipping local teachers with the skills and knowledge needed to teach the Chinese language effectively, thereby fostering cultural understanding and collaboration between Ghana and China. I don't think they'll have a problem grasping it. I don't think any African country will have a problem grasping the Mandarin, speaking Mandarin. Um, and there are, for some reason, to me, they sound very similar. So there is a couple, a family that I follow on YouTube. Rose, I think it's Rose and Anzai, and I think Anzai is her son. But when I listened to her a couple weeks ago, Rose, her mom and sister were visiting. I think they're from Senegal, if I'm not mistaken, and I hope I'm not lying. But her mom and sister were visiting, and she's translating the from Mandarin to whatever the language is, that the official language of, or probably it's not the official language, but whatever the language is that she was speaking with her parents. It was so interesting. And I did not see a difference. I did not see a difference with the two languages. They sounded the same to me. And for that reason, I said, no, man, it would be easy for any. And I must say, I have listened to the languages for different countries. And I know within countries in Africa, there are several different dialects that I'm fully aware of. But I've listened to several languages for different countries across Africa. I'm not gonna tell you a lie. Them sound the same to me. Except for when they're speaking French, of course, those that speak French. But for the most part, they sound the same. Or is it just me? I don't know. Am I? I don't know. Go ahead, Mr.
When
President.
if you come from a culture that speaks multiple languages, somehow I think how the brain assimilate the language, it's easier for them to pick up. So people that speak more than one language, it's always easier for them to learn a third language. And the more languages they speak, it seems like, I think there was some research that shows the easier it is for them to assimilate a new language. But those of us that only speak part one English, we're in trouble.
No, seriously. Uganda. She's from Uganda. Rose and Anzai Country Life. Let me tell you something. Big up that family. I watch them. I've been watching them for a while now. Um, she's from Uganda, husband Chinese. They met, I believe, in Uganda. Anyway, got married. She moved to China. She don't know the language now, so she has learned the language. She struggles with reading it, but speaking it, she's very good. Took them 10 years. They all lived in a communal house where other brothers, I think it's three brothers of them, and Now they have built a beautiful home. They work together. They're together 7 days a week. They do everything together. They now have a phenomenal following. I think what, well, almost 600,000 subscribers they have, and a beautiful home. Very simple people, very simple, very humble. But yeah, listening to her speak both languages, interesting. I don't see much of a difference between whatever the language is called in Uganda and the Mandarin. Yeah. But Mr. President, you have heard me say that's one thing I will lift my hat off to as well. I think we have a problem here in the Western world. So I lift my hat off to everybody on the other side of the planet. I really do. Europe, Africa, Asia. Yeah, we need to get with the times. We need to we need to normalize speaking multiple languages over here. Right now in the US, people unfortunately are afraid of speaking another language beside English. Yeah, it's a sad reality because the minute another accent or another language is heard, I should say, people feel it's within their right to question their validity if they have a right to be here in the US. It's such a shame. Such a shame. Well, real shame. But anyway. So there you go, Ghana, Jamaica, and yeah, continue learning because remember, China has a hand in every single country. Almost, I want to say, for the most part, at least 95% of countries have some dealing with China. By the way, I'm going to ask a ridiculous sounding question, Mr. President. Where China really get all this money for Leno? And then lend US currency. Go ahead.
First of all, when China became the manufacturing hub of the world, it was for cheap labor, okay? And nobody really saw China as a threat. So for a number of years, it was profitable for the US especially to have everything made in China. And the Chinese stayed there. They take the low wages and everything like that. Remember, they was coming from an agriculture-based economy. They learned everything. They improved their skill set. They used the resources of the West and their investments and so, and mastered. Then they start putting policy. The difference with China is that China put policies in place for 50, 60, 100 years in advance. So when you're playing for 5 years, they're playing for 50. So when you think you're winning, they're just beating the time. And then what they did is, a lot of this money was not only reinvested into China, but reinvested into the US by buying up US bonds and all the different stuff like that. That is how they end up owning so much debt of the US, okay? And on top of that, they leapfrog a lot of stuff now by jumping ahead in the tech industry. They create a valuable base in that they educate their citizens. So some of the best scientists, some of the best IT people, they educate them, they exported them to the rest of the world. And they have the numbers to work with. A lot of times when people was looking to export commodities, China was exporting people. Now they have that reach and that network and stuff like that. So when an opportunity comes up now, it's not just in China, you have to exploit it, but a Chinese in Grenada, for instance, could take a loan from a bank in China at 1% and exploit an opportunity in Grenada that will put them at an advantage. And all these comes back to China because no matter where they are, they're loyal to the motherland. A lot of the money also go back. And don't talk about programs where it is alleged that they send out prisoners and so to work that get just a fraction, but they're so happy to be free. They don't care about the wages and stuff like that. These are all allegations. But the Chinese economy, China has been strategic. Another big advantage they have is the Communist Party. So when Xi Jinping and his delegates come up with a strategic decision to change direction or to do something for the country, it doesn't take them 10 years to implement. It is agreed upon, it's implemented one time. And the continuity is there. But in America, for instance, Biden could implement something and Trump just take it away, whether it's good or bad, and vice versa. So it's a number of things that has contributed to the rise of China. And remember, the Belt and Road Initiative is just a reinvention of the Silk Trade. So they already have a history, it's like a muscle memory of these kind of things. Now they're just taking it to the next level.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Moving right along, our next article out of the international news segment. Nigerian cocoa processor John Vance receives investment from Britain to expand. Yes, folks, and your chocolate that you're loving on, indulging in, and if the man don't bring you some chocolate and roses, your becks like swell up like bullfrog swoon bursts. Ghana, maybe Ghana or Ivory Coast or an one country out of Africa. It's not Swiss, it's not Belgium. And I will continue to remind you of that until I get it into those skulls. So, according to MSN.com, via Reuters, John Vance, a Nigerian agribusiness and manufacturing firm, has gained $40.5 million from the UK's Development Finance Institution to more than double its cocoa processing capacity to 30,000 metric tons annually. I guess the weather is real good over there in Nigeria. We don't foresee any problems with weather, no climate issues, okay? Cocoa is among the biggest non-oil exports in Nigeria and largely grown by small-scale farmers in the south of the country. Benson Adenuga, head of British International Investments, the office in Nigeria, said that the institution was providing long-term funding for the firm's plant in Ondo State. We're actually providing funding for them to acquire machines and refurbish and expand their factory. John Vance exports processed cocoa butter and powder, including to Europe. Adenuga said BII would also help the firm to have 90% of its cocoa certified under the Rainforest Land Sustainability and Traceability Program by 2027. All right, go on with your bad self, Nigeria. Go on with your bad self. Do you think that's a huge investment? And I foresee it doing well. I will say that. All right. Ukraine, you're up next. I don't know why you're all over there annoying our president. Please take into consideration our president is not young. He's not on the youthful side. And do not give him unnecessary stress. Please just do what he asks of you. Thank you. According to the BBC, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky needs to return to the negotiating table and strike a deal on U.S. access to Ukraine's critical minerals. What's so hard in that, Zelensky? It's time for you to give us access. I mean, we gave you all this money. Right? On Wednesday, Zelensky rejected U.S. demands for a share of its rare earth minerals, a deal, Trump said, would reflect the amount of aid the U.S. has provided to Ukraine during its war with Russia. I don't see what's the problem. Just hand it over, Zelensky. Oh my God.
President Trump has a demand for Ukraine.
I told them that I want the equivalent, like $500 billion worth of rare earth. And they've essentially agreed to do that. So at least we don't feel stupid.
Ukraine hasn't essentially agreed to do that, but it's claimed Donald Trump wants 50% of Ukraine's mineral resources in return for past military aid and future security guarantees. He claims, without evidence, the US has already spent $350 billion. Available data suggests the figure is actually $120 billion. Last year, President Zelensky did say foreign firms may get access to some of Ukraine's natural resources after the war. This month, he said the Americans helped the most and therefore the Americans should earn the most. But he has a limit.
You will write down some guarantees and we will write a memorandum with some percentages. I was told only 50%. I said, okay, no.
Susan Glasser of The New Yorker calls the idea a straight-out extortion blackmail demand. To Trump, it's simply what is owed. And The Telegraph reports Ukraine was recently given a draft deal, one that goes far beyond US control over Ukraine's critical minerals and includes everything from ports and infrastructure to oil and gas. The Telegraph says this amounts to a higher share of Ukrainian GDP than reparations imposed on Germany after the First World War. And there are reasons why the US would want Ukraine's resources. China recently banned the exports of several minerals and metals to the US. Ukraine could be an alternative source. One assessment says it has great potential to become the mineral superpower in Europe. That includes graphite, used in batteries and nuclear reactors, and lithium, also used in batteries. Both are considered critical to the US economy and national security. Ukraine also has rare earth elements used in electronics and clean energy. But accessing these resources is not straightforward. Some are in territory controlled by Russia, others are close to the front line, and across Ukraine, there are challenges.
Mining is an ecosystem. Mining is energy grids, it's water infrastructure, it's roads, it's ports, it's rail, and a lot of that is gone.
Despite this, Donald Trump appears to be giving Ukraine a choice: give up many of its minerals or risk being left to fight Russia without US help.
So who is the one that really wants these minerals? Is it Trump or is it Musk? Oh, by the way, did you all see that image circulating, the order of command, the chain of command? Go ahead, Mr. President. Go ahead.
You could disagree with the current president on all other things, but I think he right on the Ukraine thing. One, you don't need Ukraine negotiation. It's a waste of time. Zelensky have no real power. What he should have done was forget what Boris Yeltsin was telling him and took the deal. You would never get back Crimea and those states. Never. I don't care who we negotiate with. It's not happening. First of all, these people don't want to be Ukrainians. They consider themselves Russians. It happened in 2014. You had a deal, you renege on a deal. You should have stick to that. You should have forget about the whole NATO nonsense. Remain a neutral territory, continue to do business with Russia, who is your neighbor, and still do business with the West. That was a possibility. But right now, as Trump said, Russia holding all the cards. NATO and Ukraine cannot win this war. Cannot. You understand? And the impact, America gambled because they thought with Russia putting so much resources in Ukraine and with the sanction that Russia would have crumbled and have no choice but to give it up.
Right.
But Putin was ahead of them on that. So he outplayed them, he outsmarted them. The best thing Ukraine could do now is to try to come to an amicable solution. I think the only reason why Zelensky is still in power is because Vladimir Putin do not want the whole of Ukraine. He do not want, the parts he want is the Russian-speaking parts that he would keep. Nobody would take it back from him. It costs too much to even continue with this war. Europe cannot sustain it. Zelensky, as a matter of fact, they don't even have the men to fight. They don't have the men to fight. They lost too much. They should have negotiated early, prevented this stupid war, and they would have been better off. Right now, they have no choice and no power. Putin would not give it up. The best thing is a deal, and Donald Trump will never make a deal with Ukraine if he is not getting those minerals. Forget it. So, I don't know. They're between a rock and a hard place.
literally. And that article closes out our international news segment. Coming up now, we have stories out of North America. Coffee in Tow is brought to you in part by grandcoffeehouse.com. Head on over to www.grandcoffeehouse.com and shop today. Get 20% off all coffee products. Use the code CoffeeInTow20. And also brought to you in part by LormelSkinFood.com for a natural, beautiful you. Governor Kathy says she will not remove NYC Mayor Adams from the office. I wonder why. Why is she taking that stance? Was she did she have a conversation with anyone that caused her to take that stance? Well, let's go ahead and hear what the article has to say. I'm not going to make any assumptions. Let's see if we can hear the details. So according to BBC.com, Governor Kathy Hochul has decided not to remove New York City Mayor Eric Adams from office, but instead announced a plan to limit his authority following a string of scandals. The New York governor said she would propose legislation and measures aimed at exerting more oversight over the mayor's office. Adams responded there would have been no legal basis to remove him. The man clap, beat up in chest and said, better than. Oh, you can't hear me? Okay, looks as though I got. Thank you, Ja, for letting me know I have been kicked out of fan base. Thank you, Ja. Thank you, Ja. Thank you for the alert. I didn't realize. I appreciate that. Okay, so we are now in the segment where we cover stories out of North America. And Coffee and Tow is brought to you in part by grandcoffeehouse.com and LormelSkinFood.com. Okay, first story, first order of business. According to BBC.com, Governor Kathy Hochul has decided not to remove New York City Mayor Eric Adams from office, but instead announced a plan to limit his authority following a string of scandals. The New York governor said she would propose legislation and measures aimed at exerting more oversight over the mayor's office. Adams responded, there would have been no legal basis to remove him. How the song go? Better than Shabba Mother Pat. Yeah, sing it for me, the Dexter. The U.S. Justice Department is currently pushing to drop a corruption case against Adam, which a former top prosecutor alleged was a deal in exchange for the mayor's cooperation on immigration enforcement. Adams was indicted on corruption and bribery charges last year, and his trial is scheduled for April. The mayor pleaded not guilty and has denied wrongdoing, announcing her proposed quote unquote guardrails against Adams on Thursday. The governor said she decided not to use her power to remove the mayor as she could not defy the will of the voters. Well, let the people then vote then. Call an emergency vote. In her new plan, she has proposed a new inspector general position for New York City, providing more resources for officials to take legal action against the Trump administration and expanding funding for the state comptroller's office to conduct more oversight of the city. Hochul said these steps would make sure our leaders are operating only with the city's best interest in mind. The plan would still require approval from the New York City Council and state legislature. The mayor said in a statement later, while there is no legal basis for limiting New Yorkers' power by limiting the authority of my office, I have told the governor, as we have done in the past, that I am willing to work with her to ensure faith in our government is strong. Hochul's attempt to rein in the mayor comes as she awaits the decision of a New York judge regarding his corruption case. Were we hoping that, let me not even ask that. What are the voters saying? How are the voters up there? because she said she's not defying the will of the voters.
If the voters had to vote, he wouldn't last another half day. Not even 24 hours he would make. But anyway, that's besides the point. How you're making more oversight to do what? If you really look at it, New York has one of the most robust judicial department. When you look at the cases that have been brought through Trump to corruption to whatever, they have one of the best. And you have two or three of your top people resigning over these cases. When you come and form an oversight committee, to do what? Not just to waste taxpayers' money. I mean, if Letitia Adams is asking for more support, try to provide that support. But all these new committees and all this stuff, to me, is just a waste of time. Because they will still be rendered powerless. Yeah.
Well, the people
of New York save taxpayers' money.
Well, the people of New York need to speak up. Impress upon Kathy that, hey, Kathy, we don't like. At time for she left. We don't want her. Want him, rather.
Yeah, but legally, how it still has to be done legally. So how do you legally remove him? That's the question. So yeah,
Call
what
an
does it
emergency
take
vote.
to
Can
can she do that? Can she do that? Does she have the facility to do that?
Question. Yeah. All things are possible. And we are seeing that on display. More than ever before, we are seeing that on display. Everything is possible. We choose. We have a choice, and then we choose what we want to have happen. That's what I've learned so far. Right? All right. Thank you for that, Mr. President. Next up in stories out of North America, IRS cuts over 6,000 jobs in the middle of tax season. Boy, all right. This one, courtesy of NPR. We'll go ahead and take a listen to this article.
IRS is laying off thousands of workers this week, right in the middle of a busy tax filing season. The job cuts are part of a much larger downsizing effort that Elon Musk and his team are carrying out all across the federal government. The widespread layoffs are supposed to save money for the government, but cutbacks at the tax collection agency could actually have the opposite effect. NPR's Scott Horsley is here to explain. Hi, Scott.
Hi, Elsa.
All right, so tell us more. What is happening at the IRS exactly?
Employees at the tax collection agency were told this morning that more than 6,000 jobs are being eliminated this week. That's
Wow.
more than 6% of the agency's total workforce. Neither Elon Musk's team nor the White House have provided a lot of detail about which jobs are being cut or why, but we understand most of the affected workers are probationary, which usually means they've been in their current position for a fairly short period of time. And at the IRS, there are quite a few probationary workers because the agency has been hiring aggressively in the last couple of years to improve customer service and to go after wealthy tax cheats. That hiring push has been a real partisan football, though, and that may be part of what's playing out here.
Interesting. Okay, wait, step back. What are the politics around staffing at the IRS?
For more than a decade, Republicans made a steady drive to starve the IRS of resources. And, frankly, the tax collector made a fairly easy political target. But as funding dried up, it became harder and harder for taxpayers to get their questions answered, for example. At one point, 9 out of 10 telephone calls to the IRS were going unanswered. And tax enforcement also dropped off, especially for rich people who could more easily hide their income. We wound up with what critics call a two-tiered tax system where millionaires were less likely to be audited than the working poor. All of this began to turn around in 2022 after congressional Democrats approved a big increase of IRS funding, $80 billion over a decade. Republicans later clawed back at least a quarter of that money, but the investment did start to pay off. The phone calls were being answered again. Millionaires were starting to get more tax scrutiny. Susan Long, who tracks IRS audits at Syracuse University, says she's disappointed to see that progress set back now because of these layoffs.
I just shook my head sadly. It's just so counterproductive. If your goal is to save money and be efficient. This is not what any rational person would do.
Now, the administration is defending the IRS job cuts. Kevin Hassett, who heads the president's National Economic Council, says the U.S. still has plenty of tax collectors. And anyway, he says the IRS cuts are a small part of the overall government layoffs.
Okay, so cutting jobs would reduce the government's payroll, but as we mentioned, it could backfire, right? So explain that more.
Well, the IRS is by far the government's biggest moneymaker, or at least biggest money collector, and every dollar the IRS spends on tax enforcement pays for itself many times over. So Natasha Sarin, who is an advisor on tax policy in the Biden administration, says whatever salary savings may result from these layoffs, they'll be dwarfed by the lost revenue.
What you're doing is making it harder for us to make progress on waste, fraud, and abuse, making the system more inequitable, and ultimately costing trillions of dollars in tax revenue that is owed to the government, but just is uncollected.
Now, the union representing IRS workers is asking a judge to halt these job cuts, and right now the judge is thinking about that.
That is NPR's Scott Horsley. Thank you so much, Scott.
You're welcome.
All right, the IR.
So, question: do we file taxes or we don't file taxes? What exactly do we do this year? What do we do, Mr. President?
You better file your taxes because the interest will go on whether you file it or not. You're going to see. You'll be charged from the date was due. But the person said it doesn't make any rational sense. It do make very rational sense. I don't understand. It makes rational sense.
Okay, explain.
If you're Elon Musk, okay? If you're Elon Musk or if you're a wealthy tax person, they said one of the things is that it was unable to go after wealthy tax cheat because they were understaffed. So the likelihood of the wealthy people being audited has been less when you have an understaffed IRS. So what best to do? Who is alleged to have been cheating or not paying taxes?
Both of them.
So if you're Elon Musk, a man that don't want to pay taxes, if you're Trump who have not really paid any taxes,
Mr. President, where are you? Why are you
how
breaking
best
up?
to ensure that you're secure?
Where are you, Mr. President? I'm losing you.
It's a brilliant idea.
Hold on a second. I don't know if I'm the only one, but I wasn't hearing what he was saying. You were in the matrix for me, Mr. President. I don't know if it's just me, but you were in the matrix. I didn't hear much of what you said. Unfortunately, I'm going to ask if you could repeat because that's the crackling is what went out. If you don't mind, I'm imposing. Mr. President, is anyone hearing me on fan base? Oh, he said he'll come back. Okay, all right, okay. Just want to make sure. All right. All right, let's head on over to the next article. What I have heard a lot of people saying on social media, and a few journalists are expressing what people are talking about and saying that they're recognizing it is an attack on every institution that meddled with the president and vice president. Not Vance, folks. The president and his advisor. Put it that way. By the way, where is JD? Anybody heard from him? Seen him this week? So this is an attack on them for the meddling, right? But because of, I would shudder to think that because of personal grouses, you would cut staff, make people unemployed. Wasn't there a time when people were strongly encouraged to get a job with the government because working with the government was seen as a secure place to be? They were the most secure employer, the government. And there was a time when you told somebody you work with the government, oh my gosh, they would envy you because you had this position within the government. It was looked at as secure, guaranteed, safe, bulletproof, Teflon, whatever you want to call it. But now that is no longer. No longer. I see are moving toward privatizing everything. That's what I see happening. But I may be wrong. I may be wrong. But yes, like a deer staring in the headlights, we can see that if you reduce the workforce, which is already understaffed, that is charged with the responsibility of seeing to it that everybody pays their fair share of taxes. Some of us are paying more than we need to pay. But anyway, guess what? They're not going to have time to pay attention to the details. It's just a matter of skimming over things. And will people be getting their returns in a reasonable amount of time? Is it going to be AI powered now? And we know that AI is programmed. Hey, yeah, what are the implications down the road for all of this happening, for all of this taking place? But we'll find out as time goes. Next up, Trump wants more power over agencies, and experts worry about campaign finance regulators. We're going to go ahead and take a listen to this one as well, courtesy of NPR. Play.
President Trump seeks more presidential control over independent federal agencies. That raises concerns about the autonomy of the Federal Election Commission, the FEC, which has the politically sensitive task of enforcing the country's campaign finance laws. NPR's Ashley Lopez reports.
The FEC was created to be bipartisan as well as independent, mostly because it's in charge of enforcing laws against anyone who runs for public office. And Adav Nodi with the Campaign Legal Center says that specifically includes the president.
And so when Congress created the FEC shortly after the Watergate scandal, it gave the agency some independence so that it wouldn't be beholden to any particular president, would be able to enforce the law against the president if necessary.
There are currently a number of complaints before the agency against the Trump campaign, but the Trump administration believes that agencies should closely follow a president's political agenda. Here's what Russell Vogt, the current director of the Office of Management and Budget, told NPR in 2023.
The notion of an independent agency, whether that's a flat out independent agency like the FCC or a agency that has parts of it that view itself as independent like the Department of Justice, we're planting a flag and saying we reject that notion completely.
For decades now, the FEC has faced a lot of criticism, largely because it deadlocks on votes due to its bipartisan makeup. Daniel Weiner with the Brennan Center for Justice, a frequent critic of Trump's, says there are ways to make the FEC work better.
But in doing that, you also have to preserve those checks and balances that ensures that the agency can't be weaponized. That is not what they are doing right now. They are asserting just total control over the agency.
Weiner says, coupled with Trump's attempt to fire a Democratic member of the FEC earlier this month, the country is on a risky path. Ashley Lopez, NPR News.
Oh, thank you, Ja. Thank you for the time check. Yeah. Oh boy. I'm not going to spend much time trying to figure out what he wants, what he doesn't want, who is behind what he's doing. We tired. We just, as Ja has in her PTR, we just sitting on the building, watching the smoke go up in the air while we sip on our coffee, our wine, our rum, our beer, whatever it is that we indulge in. And we laugh. That's all we can do. All right. It is now, I think we're finished with stories out of North America. If you notice, I'm trying to do less stories out of North America and more stories from around the world. Because there's so much more happening. Because even with stories from around the world, you are going to hear about the current administration in the US somehow. In each segment, there's an insertion. So we're not going to totally escape, but at least we're not 100% focused as much. We have to line it, all right? So thank you for indulging. Thank you for allowing me. I really appreciate it. Now it is time for Business and Tech Stories brought to you by Grant Coffee House. The world's best coffee from our farms to your cup. It's Grand Coffee House. Yes, use the code CoffeeInto20 and enjoy 20% off all coffee products. Again, head on over to www.grandcoffeehouse.com. All right, first order of business. World Bank to decentralize operations and shift regional VPs to overseas hubs. This article is courtesy of Global Banking and Finance.com. According to Reuters, the World Bank said on Tuesday it will restructure its global operations by shifting its regional management teams from Washington to hub offices around the world. A move aimed at helping the bank better respond or respond better and more quickly to local needs. This latest step in our decentralization marks a significant milestone. For the first time, two-thirds of World Bank Group operations staff will be based in the regions they serve, a testament to our ongoing efforts over the past few years. That was a statement the bank said in an email that was sent out to staff on Tuesday. The bank's managing director of operations said the changes were part of an ongoing push to improve the bank's operations, simplify access for clients, and put senior managers close to the countries they serve. It will affect 11 regional vice presidents at the bank's International Bank for Reconstruction and Development lending arm, its International Development Association that serves the poorest countries, and the International Financing Corporation, as well as regional directors. Members of the bank's executive board were broadly supportive when briefed about the plan in recent weeks, and this is according to two sources familiar with the plans. Okay. Next up, Uber and Lyft drivers are creating their own apps and co-ops. I have two articles for this, and I'll just go ahead and read them back to back since they correlate. Yep. First up, according to Black Enterprise, the fight back against the money made by driving people. Well, you know what? Let me reread that. The fight back against the lack of money made by driving people around. Drivers for Lyft and Uber are creating ride hailing cooperatives and apps to make up for the lost wages. And this is according to a Business Insider report. Cooperatives are non-profit business models that some drivers say work in better favor for them. Lee Sperry, who has worked with the advocacy group San Diego Drivers Unite to garner better treatment from Uber and Lyft, is one of hundreds of drivers who are looking at the cooperative option. He also pushes that fellow drivers are looking to create their own app and have leaders manage it in hopes of curating transparent policies around driver-related issues like deactivating drivers. The companies and the city of Chicago were sued in November 2024 after a driver claimed her rights were violated when her account was removed from the apps due to city rules. The co-op would be very different in the way it operates, in the way that we handle how the app works and how the pricing goes, how the driver gets paid and how the hiring goes. Who makes the decisions? In major metro areas like New York City and Denver, cooperatives already exist and are thriving. The Drivers Cooperative in the Big Apple has been providing service since 2021. Drivers Co-op Colorado, which launched in September 2024, has roughly 16,000 drivers with an 80% return of each fare that riders pay. The wage gap has been a huge concern for ride hailing drivers, claiming they are paid less than half of the fare on the other apps. Depending on city and state laws, some drivers make even less. According to the Boston Globe, Drivers in the Boston area feel they are making less money following Massachusetts adopting a new minimum wage of $32.50 an hour. Veteran drivers say their wages have been cut. It's getting worse and worse, one driver, Raphael, said. The co op, the option, is giving drivers a more sustainable option for greater wages over giants like Lyft, which claims to pay drivers 70% of the weekly rider payments after fees. In a statement, Lyft said there is no problem with drivers taking on other gigs since they are independent contractors. Uber has a mirroring policy stating drivers are independent contractors and have the freedom to work however and whenever they want. The hope is for co ops to combat more areas other than payment and deactivated accounts. By the way, has a lawsuit been filed against that rapper and Lyft by the gentleman who lost his job, his ability to work with Lyft because the rapper was wicked in her actions in complaining about not being allowed to ride in a car that she clearly and obviously knows that she couldn't own in a car. And we have a lot of evidence to bring before the court, the car being evidence A, the Breakfast Club, evidence B, pictures all over the internet of her coming out of SUVs and sprinters, vans like sprinters, evidence C. Please let all those pieces of evidence be entered into the court and be recorded and reinstate this man's job. Give even probably not reinstate because he probably wouldn't want to go back, but let us make sure we have a couple million waiting for him in the courts. Don't waste his time. I don't wrong these people. I don't wrong them. In the earlier days of Uber, should I even say the name? But anyway, said it already. In the earlier days of Uber, the pay was more favorable, but there was a downside. Anybody who has any grievance with you, who just not like you, could file a report about you or give you a 1 star. And Uber at the time would not tell you what the issue is. People have been severed and not told the reason. All they're told is a blanket statement of violating. Violating what? But when you do a deep dive, you recognize, for example, a person picked up in a vehicle, told there's no smoking is allowed in the people them car, then proceed for smoke. You tell them, well, okay, they need to exit and you need to end the ride. Them take offense to your rules and your regulations in your personal vehicle. And they file a complaint against you. Or them put in a 1 star. And then you are penalized. So it's as though you don't have a voice. Just shut up, take whatever they do to you and keep it moving. And of course, we see the case of the rapper. When she filed a complaint, and investigation needs to be done before we go ahead and take action against the employees or the contractors. That's what I'm trying to get at. Do your due diligence at rideshare companies. Do your due diligence. The customer is not always right. Whoever came up with that saying, the customer is always right. Where that come from? And then customers, so wicked. So wicked. Them take full advantage of that. Well, you can't argue with me. I'm the customer and I'm right. No, baby love. In my world, the customer is not always right. If you're wrong, you're wrong. And a lot of us who are customers, we tended to forget that the roles switch for us. Sometimes we switch roles. We become the provider of a service. And we don't like when customers behave badly with us. but we forget that when we were in the role of the customer, we behaved badly. All right. I hope this will take off. Uber and Lyft. Sorry. You need some competition. What can I say? All right. With that, we're going to go ahead and wrap up the internet radio live stream. Want to say thank you to everyone listening on qmzradio.com for quality music while you work or play. Keep it logged on to www.qmzradio.com for that good music to get you through your day. Thank you to everyone listening on janoradio.com, your nonstop party vibe station. Don't forget to download the Jano Radio app. It's available in your Apple and Google Play stores. Jano Radio, take us on the go. And thank you to our listeners on madmusichouse.com for any genre, anytime. Have yourselves a wonderful weekend. And we do invite you to follow along on YouTube, Coffee and Toe on YouTube as the conversation and the show continues over there. So thank you once again. Have yourselves a wonderful weekend. Be good to yourselves. Hit that reset button. Don't forget to take some time for you. Oh, and before I forget, I invite you to head on over to www.coffeeintoe.com. And while you're there, you're able to catch up on past episodes. Take a look and read through some links that have been posted there. There's always more news stories that we're not able to cover. And you can, have just a sip where we extract a particular part of a show and we highlight it. We have 2 highlights there right now, which will be changed out this weekend. One speaks to Lisa Hanna confirming her retirement from politics, and the other one, where the child is saying, I want more joy and less killing. Jamaicans are saying police alone cannot quell gang crime. And if you head on over to our resources page, we have some resources there for you. Reminder, applications for the program, the Caribbean Canada Leaders Dialogue for 2025, that closes out March the 1st. Also, applications for the 2025 Global Career Scholarship, those closed out on, that one closes on the 7th of March. The links are there if you'd like to take advantage of those application opportunities or those opportunities and submit your applications. Head on over to coffeeintoe.com and go to the resources page. All right. And yeah, thank you so much once again. And this is where the live stream on QMZ Radio, Jano Radio, and Mad Music House comes to a close. We'll be back with you Monday morning, 9 a.m. Eastern. Have a wonderful weekend. All right, and we are off air on that side. So it's time for us to continue now on YouTube Live and Fanbase Family. You crack me up. All right, it is now time for Health and Sounds News, and our Health and Sounds News is brought to you by Lormel Skin Food, lormelskinfood.com. Lormel Skin Food. Log on to lormelskinfood.com. Discover the range of natural skincare solutions. Indulge in the radiance of natural and organic beauty with the best natural and organic soap bars, whipped soaps, body butters, and oils. All 100% natural products. Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. Our first story in our Health and Science segment, medical oxygen, this is serious, is in short supply in many parts of the world, according to research that has been done. This article comes to us courtesy of thehill.com. We'll go ahead and get into this one. An article published this week in the Lancet Medical Journal found that more than half of the world's population lacks access to safe and affordable medical oxygen services. And most people outside of high-income countries go without adequate oxygen services for their medical conditions. As the Lancet Global Health Commission noted in its report on medical oxygen security, about 374 million people need medical oxygen every year, with roughly 9 million people needing long-term oxygen due to chronic illness. However, there are gaps in coverage in low and middle-income countries. We found that more than 5 billion people, yes, you heard right, 5 billion, that is more than 60% of the world's population, do not have access to safe, quality, and affordable medical oxygen services. Mm. Only 89 million, or 30% of the 299 million people who need oxygen for acute medical or surgical conditions, receive adequate oxygen therapy with the lowest access in sub Saharan Africa. They noted that this coverage gap of 70% far exceeds that of treatments for HIV, AIDS, and tuberculosis. Common causes contributing to this gap include, but not being able to reach facilities not having the capacity for basic oxygen service, failure to identify the need for oxygen services, and low quality oxygen care. Earlier this month, an elderly Burmese refugee who depended on oxygen died after being discharged from a US funded hospital. This reportedly occurred after the hospital was closed following President Trump's order to freeze foreign aid. It's interesting that they would highlight that, because I'm going to tell you something. That don't mean nothing to the US. Somebody dying means nothing. You know, in their mind, they go die anyway. I'm being very frank. And it's sad that that is how people are looked at. And to show you something, Ja, over there in Texas, that little girl that unalived herself. Do we see it all over media? No. You know where you see it? Social media. Do you think her dying is going to change anything about how the undocumented community is looked at?
Nope.
It's not. And we don't know if her parents are documented or not. But the children who listen to their parents talk about undocumented in a very disparaging way took it upon themselves to go to the school and bully this girl. Look at what happened up there in the Northeast. Was it Connecticut or which Northeast state? Where a representative is being asked by another representative, all because they have a Latin last name. They're a naturalized citizen. They have been a naturalized citizen since the 1980s. But because they don't speak with an American accent, or because they have a Latin last name, Latino last name, you're going to ask the gentleman if he, or insinuate or question his right to be in this country, and then try to apologize saying that's not what you meant. As far as I'm concerned, and it's so funny as I'm saying this, I'm remembering a video I came across with a white man saying, we all seem to forget what a true American looks like. None of us here, if our forefathers came here on a boat, or anybody had to find their way here, they are not you're not a true American. You're not an original American. You have claimed a land which is not originally yours. And that being said, we ought to respect everyone who is here in this country, naturalized or via birth. You are an American. The audacity. And you're going to ask him in a public setting, in the middle of an whatchamacallit, you know, and they have these forums, you're speaking, and you're going to ask the man at that time if he questioned whether he is an American or not. So, what does an American look like? As I look at all the faces right here in Cofinto on Fanbase, you all look like Americans to me. All of you could be Americans. What does an American look like? Kind of like when I'm ask you, I have to ask, and I'm saying, so you're Jamaican, and say yes, but you don't look Jamaican. What does a Jamaican look like? What does an American look like? Ah, boy, I'm telling you. Why that dog scare me? But Another thing too, I don't know if going to parks, national parks, is a good idea right now because they've cut the staff at the national parks, and I don't think they understand the importance of people who work national parks. But to answer the question, listen to this one.
If there's no discrimination going on, then why have I been asked if I'm a citizen, but Kyle hasn't?
And my people were the ones that crossed the ocean.
Make it make sense.
Doesn't make sense how somebody that's indigenous to this land and somebody that literally crossed the street probably is the one being asked if she's illegal, but the one that crossed the ocean and is from a whole different continent never gets questioned.
Why are the immigrants that look like Kyle, that have white skin, blue eyes, blonde hair, not being asked if they're illegal here? But people that have brown skin and that have brown features, darker features, are being asked and accused. Why are they arresting people that are born here but have brown skin? Being brown isn't illegal.
It can make sense because if it was about immigration, every single person walking down the street should be asked, what's your legal status? Because you don't know what an American looks like. I don't know what an American looks like. I mean, anybody could be illegal if that's the case.
What does an American look like?
I don't think there's a look for it.
So don't tell us that it's about getting the criminals out or illegal immigration. It's actually a war against people of color.
Period. What does an American look like? But anyway, if they don't care about us here and that little girl who took her life in Texas, how are they going to care about what's going on the other side of the world and people dying because they can't get access to cost-effective or free medication or medical assistance or care? It's not going to matter. Really isn't going to matter. So it's sad. A sad reality. Sad reality. Really sad reality. Oh, by the way, up there in Georgia, up in Roswell, to be exact, that meeting was pretty interesting. You see, we will continue to, what you said, Ja, do what your PTR says. We're going to continue to just sit down, cross our legs, drinking, sipping on something. But it was pretty interesting watching that town hall meeting, if you want to call it that, where the MAGA supporters were saying, this is not what we signed up for. I was dying with laughter when I saw it. Did I even save it? I don't think I saved it. I don't think I saved it. Oh, by the way, you remember earlier when I spoke about, what's his name? Father Bush. I think I came across the video again. Hold on. Let me play this video real quick. Hold on. Let me work with the dolly. I just saw it. What did I do with it? I just saw it. Okay, here it is. Listen to this.
Children of illegal aliens should be allowed to attend Texas public schools free, or do you think that their parents should pay for their education?
I'd like to see something done about the illegal alien problem that would be so sensitive and so understanding about labor needs and human needs that problem wouldn't come up. The problem has to be solved because as we have kind of made illegal some kinds of labor that I'd like to see legal, we're doing two things. We're creating a whole society of really honorable, decent, family-loving people that are in violation of the law. And secondly, we're exacerbating relations with Mexico. The answer to your question is much more fundamental than whether they attend Houston schools, it seems to me. I don't want to see if they're living here, I don't want to see a whole thing of 6 and 8 year old kids being made, one totally uneducated and made to feel that they're living with outside the law. Let's address ourselves to the fundamentals. These are good people, strong people. Part of my family is a Mexican. Can I add to that? I think the time has come that the United States and our neighbors, particularly our neighbor to the south, should have a better understanding and a better relationship than we've ever had. And I think that we haven't been sensitive enough to our size and our power. We're talking about putting up a fence. Why don't we work out some recognition of our mutual problems, make it possible for them to come here legally with a work permit, and then while they're working and earning here, they pay taxes here. And when they want to go back, they can go back and they can cross and open the border both ways And I think we could have a fine relationship, and it would solve the problem you mentioned also.
That was Reagan, and before him, you heard from Bush. Immigration not going nowhere. They had that was a brilliant idea, and yes, there are people who actually live in Mexico and cross the border every day to work and go to school and go back home. That was how long ago? Go ahead, Prezi. Go right ahead. Prezi, your mic open. Or was that an accident? All right, let me close it for him. Yeah. Prezi, is it me? Okay. Who is here? Because it looked like my screen frozen. Anybody hearing me can speak?
We can hear you. We can hear you.
Okay. Are you seeing Prezi's mic open or closed?
Yeah.
It's open. I don't know if Prezi talking. I'm not hearing anything.
It's open. I don't hear him talking. It's open.
Okay. Yeah. So your sister, immigration has been a talking point forever and ever. And look at that. This is back in the when? 80s or early 80s. That. Both of them recognize that there is a better way. Both Reagan and Bush, in that argument, that little snippet that we heard, recognize there is a fair and humane way to handle immigration. There is a beneficial way to handle where both Mexico and the US can benefit. So that issue of putting up a wall is nothing since 2015, 2016. It had come from way back then. Nothing new. We can have a humane approach. Everybody isn't a criminal because they're undocumented. Many of them are here simply looking for a better life. If they have been working, please find a way to make them legal. The clip I played earlier with now wanting to use ITIN, weaponizing the ITIN program against them when they know they're here undocumented, but they're trying to do the right thing. They work and they pay taxes, them file them tax returns every year, knowing that they can't benefit off of the system, but they get an ITIN. They file them taxes, pay them taxes. Some pay federal and state taxes every year. They get this ITIN so that they can legally rent an apartment, legally buy a car, legally open a bank account, legally get a driver's license, legally in some states, not all states. But they're following the pattern and the hope. And many of them who have an ITIN are also in consultation with an attorney, trying to get themselves work permits or a path to residency. And now we're going to weaponize the ITIN program against them because, yes, when you have an ITIN, the IRS has access to all your data. They know who you are. They know where you are. They know where you work. They know what you do. So what was the point of having that program in place? And I know whoever at the time orchestrated that plan, which was a very good plan, because the US has benefited immensely from said plan. How? Because of the tax dollars poured into the system. Whoever orchestrated that plan had a vision. Yeah, they had a vision. They were humane in nature. But all of that is out the window. All of that is out the window. I pray, I really hope and pray that there will never come a time when Americans will have to flee this country seek refuge in any of the countries that have been blacklisted and be treated the way we are treating them. I sincerely hope it never happens. Because just imagine if the roles were reversed and we had to escape the United States of America and seek refuge in any other country, and they treated us like that, how would we feel? How would we feel? Hmm? Let's think about that for a second. Oh boy. Next up, researchers invent groundbreaking device to extract dangerous chemicals from water, and this is considered a game changer. Yes, let us get into this one. This article comes to us courtesy of yahoo.com. A breakthrough in water purification promises pure water faster than ever before, helping both the planet and your wallet. And that's according to a report from Tech Explore. Researchers at the University of Hong Kong created a new water filter using natural silk that works 10 times faster than current methods while using 80% less energy. Traditional water filters, known as nanofiltration membranes, need intense pressure to push water through, about 10 times normal atmospheric pressure. This makes them expensive to run and requires large equipment. The new silk based filter solves this problem by working with just a light vacuum, similar to the suction of a vacuum cleaner. Our new silk based membrane is a game changer, said the professor who led the research. It can filter water nearly 10 times faster than classic commercial nanofiltration membranes while still effectively removing harmful contaminants. And it can do so by using just a light vacuum suction, not intense pressure. Silk is an amazing material, strong, flexible, and eco friendly. The team transformed silk into an ultra thin membrane, then it lets clean water flow through quickly while blocking harmful substances. In testing, the silk filter processed nearly 57 liters of water per square meter, and that was done hourly using minimal pressure. It removed over 99% of dangerous organic pollutants, including toxic forever compounds that persist in the environment, while keeping beneficial minerals that make water healthy to drink. The impact could be huge for both industrial and home water treatment. The filter's energy efficiency means lower electricity bills and reduced environmental impact. Its speed means less waiting for clean water. Plus, silk is a natural, renewable resource, making this technology a sustainable choice for the future. All right. Anything that will improve life, improve what we consume, I'm here for it. Reduce our utility bills. Lord knows we need reductions. Go right
In
ahead.
in
Yeah.
what country is this going to be done in? No, I'm serious. I missed
Well,
the
the
part.
start is it. Well, the research was done in Hong Kong at the University of Hong Kong. So I'm not sure which country it's going to be done in. We just know that the research started there.
Oh, okay.
Joe, why you make it sound so?
No, because we really need something here in the United States. Because
No, we don't.
our
No, we
our
don't.
water in some places our water suck.
No, we don't. I mean, China is, we don't. Ja, when are you going to understand? I need you to get on board. Please get on board. This is research, right? Research. This is advancement. This is thinking future. You remember where we live? We don't do it.
Oh, so you're saying that this won't happen in my lifetime? Okay, I get it.
Oh boy. Have they fixed the issue in Flint yet?
We had the same issue pop up here in Texas.
Okay. All right. Case closed. There you have it. There you have it. Coming up Monday in our health and science segment, muscle building supplements may put teens at risk for a body image disorder. And this is according to a study. We're going to be taking a listen to the findings of that study on Monday in our health and science segment right here on YouTube, on Coffee Dough. All right, Ja, time for that one you sent over. The YouTube clip that you sent
Wait, we
over.
need RoSolo. Where RoSolo?
Text her, tell her so she need to circle the ends like the letter man. With the grabber stink like alligator pan. A boy should have dropped on the Beretta jam. Why am I singing that song? Lord help me. Shabba Mother Pants. I don't know why that song. There are times when that song just comes up in my head and I don't know. Yep, you text her, Ja, and tell her to forward.
Yes, I did. I said ASAP.
Rocky. Why? All right.
Did you talk about his freedom?
No, I didn't. I'm happy for him that he's free to be able to be with Riri and his children.
Did you see him jump over the thing to her?
Yes, yes,
Boy.
yes. Yeah, he handsome. He real handsome. They make a cute
He
couple.
all right.
He's what do you mean by he all right? He's handsome. He fine. He fine. He easy on the eye. He's somebody you can take out in the daytime. You can take him to a daytime movie. You can hang out with him in the daytime. You don't have to wait until the dead of night. And you don't have to wait to turn out the lights. Turn off the lights. Yeah, you don't have to wait until then.
He all right.
He's cute. I think he's really cute. He's cute. He a handsome young man. He handsome.
Oh, Rose in a meeting. She
Oh,
said we have to give her. She said I'm in a meeting. She needs a few minutes.
All right, so let's
maybe
go
go on to something else.
No, we don't have anything else. I saved this for the last.
Oh, okay
Yeah,
then.
so this is it. We're gonna have to start because where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where's my link? Where my link there? So watch. We're gonna listen to this one. She didn't see it coming. How he calmly ended it. All right, so play.
Watch how this couple fight will turn into a disaster.
I don't think you realize how much work I put in to do that. For
To cuddle?
No, for your family. I woke up at 8 in the morning and went to the grocery store and had to hunt down a bunch of stuff, season meat, figure out the grill, do all that was work. And after that, I came back and did the dishes. If you sat here and grilled a whole meal for my whole family and I come back to dishes in the sink, I'm not gonna ask you to do the dishes. I'm probably just gonna do it. Maybe I didn't communicate that, sure. However, if I have to communicate that, I am not the one for you.
Do not try to make it seem like I'm not here doing my part at all. We're not going to spin it like that. I've been given such a negative response, a temper tantrum sometimes, like an attitude.
There's a lot I could respond to, but there is no scenario that I see myself standing there and saying yes to making you my wife forever. And with that in mind, I'm glad we can disagree that I don't ever want to see you again.
Watch how this couple.
Ooh. Ja. And he was calm.
Did you read the comments though?
No, I haven't had a chance to look at the comments. But I'll be happy to look at them right now. That's not a disaster. He avoided a lifetime of disasters. He was straight, truthful, and upfront with her. He did not see wife in her. Wow. The kitchen would have been clean while he was grilling outside and checking in on him, making sure he doesn't need anything. OMG, why can't I find a man like this? That is indeed a king. When a man is calm within his decision as well as conversation, his mind is already made up. That's not a fight. That's a conversation that he needed to have. He saved himself a lifetime of heartache. Another one, I'm so proud of this young man. As a mother of adult sons, I support men who are strong enough to speak their minds and hearts to women who disregard their feelings. He handled this extremely well. The calmness speaks volumes about the level of his maturity. Ooh, I have so much respect for this young man. He dodged a bullet in the classiest way. The right woman would be blessed to have him. Let me tell you something. Mega said this, and some people are going to vex with me, but it's okay. I don't know if it's because I'm a mother of 4 boys. But I'll say this, some of us women need to just come down off of the cloud we are floating around on out there in the atmosphere. Yeah. The Bible will tell you too, do not think of yourself more highly than others. Don't do it. Humble yourself and go through. Some of you women will have a good man, Savannah. That's a good man. And because of stupidity, because of being ridiculous, you lose that good man, Savannah. That was a good man. If the man, and I'm just going to go with this video, and clearly it's a situation that has played itself several times in various ways. But just from that little snippet, clearly he got up. Her family must have been there or was coming over. He got up, went shopping, collected the items, brought them home, cleaned up, seasoned up, went outside, grilled, and of course, I guess the back and forth from the kitchen to the grill, things are going to accumulate in the kitchen sink or on the kitchen counter, but he's out there in the heat and handling the smoke and all of that. And here she comes, I guess, complaining why the kitchen not clean. Girl, you better you better get to that kitchen sink and start cleaning. So you are a pillow princess. You must just sit down, look pretty, and do nothing to help because you are a helpmate. That's what you are. We are here to help each other. If one is cooking, the other one washes up. If one wash, one fold. You share responsibilities. It is not for one person to do it all. And a lot of us as women complain, oh, I can't find a good man. What's your definition of a good man, ladies? What's your definition of a good man? Did you have an example of a good man in your life? And it doesn't necessarily mean your father. It could be anybody around you. Is your definition of a good man the definition of somebody else's definition? Are you using someone else's measuring stick? What is a good man for you? What constitutes a good man? Or somebody who just lets you do as you please? Somebody who allows you to disrespect them, disregard them, not appreciate them? Is that what you constitute a good man, Savannah? I don't know. What's a good man?
Why I like this video is I guess she wanted the cuddle, right? And for some reason, whatever the reason may be, he just wasn't feeling her. And the reason why he wasn't feeling her is after he did all of that, he still had to come in the house and clean the kitchen. And obviously, it wasn't the first time that he felt that he has put himself out there to do a lot, and it's not being reciprocated. But I appreciate how he spoke to her. It wasn't a screaming match. He didn't even need to degrade her like maybe some men would. He just told her, basically, the way you're acting, I can't see you as a wife. So I don't want to be with you anymore. And he really had to be at his wit's end to say that to her. From this, I don't know if this is the first time they had the conversation. If it is, I would feel some type of way that he didn't give her any grace, but I don't think this is the first time that he's having that conversation with her, even though he did mention that he didn't communicate how he was feeling. Sometimes communication doesn't necessarily have to be verbal, ladies. We have to watch the actions. I yield.
So thank you, John. So she wanted to cuddle and he's exhausted. Yeah, we need to pay attention. You're right, John. We need to be more cognizant. We need to be more aware. We need to be more sensitive. And that's something we lack when it comes to men. Some of us, not all of us, some of us lack sensitivity when dealing with men. Some of us are so self-centered. We think it's all about us. You know, last night had a conversation with Mr. President, and because we were talking about the letter from yesterday that we spoke about, the one you had sent over, Jack. Let me tell you something, women, we have to wake up. We have to wake up and use something very simple, common sense. Common sense. So in our conversation yesterday, I don't think a lot of us as women recognize how much a man sacrifices. The good ones, the good ones, the good ones. How much they sacrifice. Do you know that there are many men who get up every day and go to a job that they don't really care for, but they will do it for 10, 15, 20 years. Why do they commit to it? Because they have a bigger commitment, and that is to the woman in their life and if there are children in their lives. Yeah, the woman and the children, the family. It's not because they so love the job, but they understand their commitment, their responsibility to provide. There are many men out there who will tell you they don't like when they are in a slump, and that slump could be in between jobs. They don't like it. It affects them in a way because they see themselves as providers for their family. They wear that proudly on their sleeves. Ladies, how many of us, when the man will be at work and he may reach out to you, how many of us will ask that man, how is your day going? How many of us, when that man comes home, asks him, how was your day? Men do talk, ladies. They do talk. And just as Rose said yesterday, when she spoke about pulling up in that driveway or being almost home, and you dread going inside. Do you know a lot of men go through that? They pull up and they dread going inside. They have to take a deep breath. There are some men who don't go straight home. They stop at the bar or they stop at them friend, them brethren yard and have a drink before them go home because they don't know what version of a woman they're going home to that day. Because all they hear is nagging and complaining and not an ounce of gratitude. Ladies, and I'm not saying all of us, but some of us, we really have to do a better job. And yes, you might think he's content and he's happy, but I'm going to say this, and this may rub a lot of women the wrong way, but I strongly believe men, the good ones, are more willing to sacrifice their happiness and stay in a relationship for stability because of the commitment than a woman is. Do you know that majority of divorces are in it's a woman who asked for the divorce? But anyway, was that you, Mr. President, that opened your mic, or was it Ja?
It was me.
Oh, sorry.
And I don't want people to think that we're just highlighting women. The main thing is the relationship. A relationship is between two people, and that should be on all facets. It has to be reciprocal.
Agreed. 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 Yesterday, we came down on the man for being a deadbeat, being a hobo, B-O-H-O-B-O, because he was living off of this woman for 8 years, right? Not wanting to contribute. So today we have to address the woman who falls short in the relationships. And you have a good man. So if life funny, yesterday, what would come across as a good woman with a deadbeat. Now today we have a good man with what we could call, I don't know, what's the term they use for women who are not up to scratch, up to par? What's the term they use?
I like what you said, pillow princess.
Pillow princesses. So why we call men deadbeats and we don't call women deadbeats?
I don't know if any in the room want to address that.
You notice though, we cushion the woman, but we denigrate the man. You notice that? We let her down lightly, pillow princess, but we call the man a deadbeat. Why do we do that? If you are going to attack the man, attack the woman too. So we want equity and equality, not true?
I hear you.
Squabble up.
Why the men quiet today? Well, actually, this is a woman's story, so maybe that's why they're quiet.
Yeah, but we want to hear from them too. We all need, women, we need to check ourselves. We need to check ourselves. Are the men in our lives truly happy? Are you providing or creating an environment in which they are happy? Are we listening to them? Listen, the men goes through, men listening now. They have mastered the art of listening. Remember me telling her that. They may not say anything right away. But remember me tell you, you think we are filing cabinet so we can go back 20, 30, 40 years. I remember what you were wearing, the date, the time, what the sky looked like, what you were eating. You think we have it done, Pac? Check a man. Check a man. And especially those quiet ones. They're taking everything and they don't forget. We need to check ourselves, women. Not all of us, but some of us need to check ourselves. How do you show the person in your life that you appreciate them? Do you know what your man's love language is? Go right ahead.
You see, moments, the reason why a lot of men stay quiet when it comes to women issues is that the conversation could go south real fast.
No, but we want honesty.
Because you have some of us that, don't always come to par. And I think one of the issue is oftentimes it comes to accountability. There are women who don't take accountability. And if you pull them up about it, then they will tell you what all the bad things that men do. And we are not disputing that men do bad things. Like yesterday, I said, put out the guy with the garbage.
Right.
But if I was to say, put out the woman with the garbage, it's a whole different conversation. The way it would be perceived and stuff like that. So these are some of the stuff. Another thing again too is that when men speak and say what they're feeling or what they're going through is dismissed. Because as a man, you're supposed to do what you're supposed to do. You're a real man. Be a real man. Don't make excuses. But a woman could make all the excuses in the world and her friends would not hold her accountable. But they would hold her man accountable though. Despite what she's doing, they would excuse it.
Mhm.
But the minute time the same man do something, they will tell her everything that he's doing wrong.
Mhm.
And I think it's just a case where we had to start to hold each other accountable, both men and women,
Mhm.
and create a balance. But right now it's skewed, and there is no man who will come and put the head on a chopping block to go after no woman. It's dangerous territory. So it's best you just stay in your corner and work with what you have.
So let me ask you a question then, Mr. President. What I'm hearing is lack of maturity on the woman's part. If she thinks it's okay to disparage a man, to attack a man, but when the finger is pointed back at her, she can't handle it. And oh my God, it's the end of the world. I think maturity is lacking.
Where, as a man, like if one of my brethren do something, I could pull him in a corner and say, "Yo, you're doing the right shit, you know. This ain't working out. You ain't doing the right thing."
Mhm.
And he ain't gonna take it the same way a woman will take it.
Well, I know in my circle of women and friends, single and married, we check each other. We accept to hear the truth from each other. Now, whether you want to take the advice, that's different, but at least we listen. And then we have round tables with men and women, just like how we do in this room, especially when, certain people are going through something. And at least, like I said, the men and the women in my circle, they accept being checked, if that's the term you want to use, or they accept hearing that we're noticing something that you're not doing. And maybe that's why, A is not doing something, and this is why B is acting that way, or vice versa.
Mhm.
So it's the people that you surround yourself, which is like every part of your life, right?
Mhm.
If you want better in your life, you surround yourself with the people that will help you get that way, teach you how to get that way, or you just look at their actions and you change your way. How you?
John, another thing too, a lot of us as women need to know how to do is separate reality from fantasy. Many of us have this idea in our head that what we see on TV is how life ought to be or how my relationship is supposed to be. We have this illusion that makes us delusional. We are out of touch with reality. We're busy. And some women, believe it or not, actually bring what they see on the screen into their relationship, enacting it, expecting the result that they see on TV.
That's a double-edged sword, because if you didn't see that in your life growing up,
Mhm.
the only reference you have is what you may see on TV or what you may see other people going through, versus dealing with how you feel about something being done to you,
Mhm.
or how the things you may want. Because sometimes they say, when you ask for something, be ready for it.
Mhm. Mhm. Hmm. But
I can't knock a person that, didn't get love from his family, but they only know love from what they see on TV. You can't knock a person for that.
I guess you're right. That's reasonable. That's reasonable. That's reasonable. But back to this video, Ja. Um, It's not the first time. This is what I'm gathering, and I'm looking at his demeanor. It's not the first time they're having this conversation. It's not the first time he's pointing this out to her, and he's had his fill. His cup has now runneth over, and he is choosing himself, his to keep himself intact, and he has chosen not to disrespect her, but to let her know simply he has had enough of it. He has had enough. Women, we say we want help around the house, men want help too. Men want help too. You know, we need to step back. All parties involved in relationships need to step back and assess themselves. What are the areas in which we are excelling, and what are the areas of opportunity? What are the things we can work on? Do an individual assessment, then you can sit down together and assess each other in love, not disrespectfully, in love. Sometimes it may suit you to leave the home, go somewhere else where you can sit in a neutral environment and have a conversation, have an honest conversation respectfully. And at the end of it, there should be a commitment. If you value the relationship, if you value each other, you make a commitment to work on your individual areas of opportunity and then the areas that you need to work on together. Because at the end of the day, you both stand to benefit from having a healthy relationship. Go right ahead, Jack.
And for me, it's not even a relationship between a man and a woman, because I remember having conversations with my daughter. You know how we were raised on Saturday, you got to get up and, one person has to clean, one person has to vacuum, one person has to mop, one person has to, dust or whatever. And I said to my daughter that we both live in this home. So we both should be responsible for the upkeep. It shouldn't just be on one person. Now, we do know that there's some people with OCD and they only want things done a certain way. You know who I'm pointing out right now.
It's okay. Put me on the chopping block. Go on, show. I'm okay with it. I don't care.
But at the end of the day, if this is our home, we are responsible for the upkeep of our home. May that be man, woman, son, daughter, whatever it may be. It's not just relationships. And I think, in all honesty, we have lost that. Somewhere along the line, that was dropped. I just had a conversation with one of my coworkers this morning, and the dating pool. She met a really, really nice person, but he has this list of things he wants to do with his significant other. And she said to me, this list looks like something out of a movie he watched, right? Which, again, like I said, if that's all you have as a reference, then so be it. But there are just some things that she's not comfortable with. And instead of maybe going through the list and saying, like, one of the things was skydiving. She's like, I'm so afraid of heights. I can't do that. But I told him I will go with you and be your supporter. And he is like, no, but I want to skydive. And I want you to skydive. How is that going to work? Now, if you're not going to accept just me supporting you because I'm afraid of heights, then to me, that's kind of selfish. Or you pick and choose, right? What's the most important thing? Is the most important thing having someone that supports you in your endeavors then that's important. But I think a lot of people are just, they have this selfish list of this, that, and the next. And I'm not speaking on boundaries or things that you won't accept. That's not what I'm thinking about. But when you meet someone, each person had their own life prior to y'all linking up. And you have to find a way to, if you feel it's worth it, find a way to make that sync between both of you guys. But a lot of people are just like, no, I want this, and this is how it's going to be. Or women act this way, and this is how it's going to be. Or men act this way, and this is going to be. And we got to get past that. We really do. Hey, you.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh boy.
What AT put? AT put, the man is controlling if he's not willing to compromise. Walk away. Okay.
Yeah. So compromise is an important aspect in relationships. It's give and take, right? Um, Men have to be willing to compromise. Women have to be willing to compromise. Both parties have to be willing to compromise. No one person, a relationship cannot be one-sided. It will be lopsided. And at some point, it's going to tip over, right? At some point, it's going to tip over. But at the end of it all, I'll say this. It's all well and good to say you want a man or you want a woman. Do you know the reason for wanting this man or wanting a man or wanting a woman? What is your reason? Do you know your why? Why is it so important for you to be in a relationship? Do you know why? What are your expectations? I mean, be careful with that, right? Because expectations are something else. You may end up disappointing yourself. But what are you expecting out of this coming together of two individuals? What are you prepared to contribute? And I'm not talking about money. No. But what are you willing to contribute of yourself to this relationship for it to work? What are your limits? Because we all draw the line at some point. What boundaries are you going to be setting? Do you know how? Because you are let me tell you so. In the first 10 days in a relationship, like a 10 fireside. But when the embers start to just glow now or start to fade, the fire die down, and it's just the embers there. What are you expecting at that point? Relationships go through phases, just like a roller coaster, ups and downs. Are you planning to be in it for the long haul, or is it just an amusement park ride? You get in, you get out. So there are a lot of questions you have to ask yourself before you decide, and this is for both men and women. There are a lot of questions you have to ask yourselves before you embark on turning somebody's life upside down or before you make someone's life better. Are you in the headspace emotionally, mentally to be in a relationship? Are you looking for somebody to save you? Nobody can save you. Are you looking for somebody to make you happy? Nobody can make you happy. That has to come from within you. Are you ready to be in a relationship and be honest? Because that right is that thing, honesty. It's a piece that is missing from many a relationship. People pretending to be who they're not, creating this facade, and they live in this illusion. Relationships that are successful take raw honesty. And with that raw honesty, understand that the person is being vulnerable. And are we providing a space for our partners to be vulnerable with us? Are we doing that? So before and relationships are not about just the physical aspect. There is a spiritual aspect, an emotional aspect, a mental aspect. But when you look on social media and you look on reality TV shows and in these movies on the silver screen, everybody is caught up in the glitz and the glam, the tangible things, and you equate one's love for what they're able to give you. If they're able to give you the latest purse or the latest shoes, the latest belt, the latest vehicle. And it goes both ways, both men and women. That's not what relationships are about. That's not the basis of a relationship. It's not you being able to take me out 5-star dining every weekend. It's not. And I ask you all to do one favor. Stop looking at other people's relationships, people who have survived time. You don't know the history. Stop looking and asking for God to give you a relationship like theirs, because probably you might get it and you'll be like, what the hell is this? This is not what I asked for. Yes, that's what you asked for. Ask God to give you a relationship that is best for you. And it's for both men and women. Ask God to give you a relationship that is best for you. The grass is not always green on the other side. A lot of us are paying attention to the fake smiles and the dressing up and the carrying on and yada yada. A lot of times, a lot of those people are miserable. Not all, but some of them are very miserable. They look a picture where you say they haven't seen that man in about 30 days. And they have to dress up and play cute. Be careful what you ask for. Because when you get it, can you handle it? And if you get what God has intended for you, both men and women, nurture it, please. And no relationship is perfect. This idea, it not exists. Why? Because it's two imperfect people who are made perfect for each other, who are committed to being better versions of themselves individually each day, so that together their union is better. All right, me done. Me done. Go ahead, Mr. President.
No, I just found the point Jam made about the skydiving very, very interesting. In that, you see, a lot of us sometimes we're trying to replicate ourselves in others. You see parents do it in the kids. You see people do it in their relationships and stuff like that. If I'm afraid of height and you like skydiving, kudos to you. I will wait for you on the ground. You don't demand that I dive with you. If I get a heart attack, then what? So, I mean,
We don't care about that. You're not come with us. Yes, you're right.
no, but serious. We try to live our life in other people.
Mm-hmm.
It is okay. You have fun. You skydive. She wait for you on the ground. She congratulates you when you land. Everybody happy. There are some things you have to do on your own.
Yeah.
As Jesse with the support. And I hate when people try to tell you have to do things their way. The way they do it. You understand?
We can make recommendations. We can make suggestions.
You see it in food a lot. Oh, I don't eat this either. Or you should eat it because it's good for you. Yes, it might be good for me, but I don't eat it. And that's not a case from a health perspective.
Right.
I'm talking merely that people think you should indulge or do things that they do because nothing is wrong with it. Because you don't do it, don't mean something is wrong with it.
Right.
And we have to get our mind from the zero-sum games. You may not do something not necessarily because it's not good or because it's wrong with. Just like in relationships, there are people you break up with not necessarily because they are bad people, but it mightn't be good for you or you're not good for them. It goes both ways. So we have to start to see things those kind of ways. You know, if I like something you do, that don't mean I like everything you do. Stuff like that.
Right. Right. Yep. All right. And with that, we'll go ahead and wrap up the YouTube live. Want to say thank you to everyone who supported the Coffee and Toe YouTube channel throughout the week and prior. Thank you so much for liking, sharing, engaging. We appreciate you all. We will be back Monday morning, God willing, for another episode of Coffee and Toe live on YouTube at 9:30 a.m. Eastern. Until then, have yourselves a wonderful weekend. This is Moments with me on behalf of our fan base family signing out of YouTube.